I see my sister.
Hello.
Arabiamo Bewi.
People are joining like.
Good morning, everyone. This is Kingsley Mosio.
So if you join the program, please introduce yourself. If you have the opportunity to do that, we will appreciate that. Introduce yourself to us.
I'm here. Thank you so much. My name is Lady Arabiamo Bewi.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Obokiao.
You come here, me.
Mami Abokia.
Mercy Osatoame Debiri Kuku from Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh, sister, thank you so much, sister.
Well, yes, man. Cool.
Yes, thank you.
Mevero is Ida from Boston, USA.
Oh, yes, Baba. USA.
Oh, yes,
love you. Baba. Domo.
Domo salamize.
Domo sa.
Domo aba. Domo aba. Megabiomo tuotsa. Domo aba. What up, eh? Domo. Domo aba. Domo daddy. Domo.
Fantastic.
Please, if somebody will write down his name, he just said iPhone, so we can identify him when the time comes.
Yes, we have Chief Billy Osawaro here. Chief Dr. Billy Osawaro. You are welcome to the podium. Enoge of a war home. Hello, Baba. When Matasa.
Enoge of a war one. My name is His Royal Highness Felix Amaro.
What's it, Baba? Who must set on a camera?
I can own it.
Okay, we appreciate that. Oh, Domo salary is it?
Wakoyo.
Yima, Walawi Zero, Lawrence Okun, Eddie Omoregbe from United States.
OSA, Baba, from United States. OSA.
You know, Kwana, anyone a blessing. I'm joining you guys from Germany.
OSA, blessing, OSA.
Blessing, welcome.
Can somebody hear me?
Yes, sir. Domo.
Domo, sir. Domo.
Moipa Felix Amaro.
I just want to quickly recognize Moye. He has been leading the Ibota program with us, with our mother, Lady Abiomo Bewe. So two of them have been leading the Ibota program over this month. Where's it, Baba? Thank you for joining. Where's it?
Wakoyo, Inabulele Harris.
Hey, Brother Harris, Inabulele Tunde Bazekoyo.
Harris is not a Koyo.
Wahia Domo, Meno Kingsley Mosigo from Australia. Well, I'm joining in from New York.
Well, here, Bava, Kinua Basaki from Michigan.
Okay.
Dr. Basaki Koyo.
My sister, lady, I got your
Okay.
No matter, no.
Brother Mercy Nagin from Atlanta.
Oh, Mercy, call.
Brother, allow it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I owe you a call. Yeah, I see.
Oh, no problem.
Calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Or say,
Yeah.
For proper identification, I noticed some play the name just say iPhone or Samsung. If you can actually change your name so that way we can properly recognize you. Or say, I don't want to call you iPhone if we needed to talk to you. Yes, sir.
iPhone, yeah.
So,
like what I said earlier, that anybody that does not write his full name, do not accept the person in. Okay, if you are accepting anyone here, make sure that the person.
I can change it for you.
Okay.
Okay, we edit it. Not edit it.
Tamamepa.
It's Felix Omorui.
Felix Omorui. Okay, EGHIANROUWA.
Yeah.
Egianruwa Omorui.
Omorui.
Omouyi.
Omorui.
Omouyi.
I that silence irony, but it's Omorui. American version.
Hello, sir. Where?
Your
full name, Senator. Okay, sir.
From Benin.
I have another brother that said iPhone. You are wearing a blue shirt. What's the name? The full name?
Oh, we have Mr. Priest Deropevi here. He's an African American man.
Okay.
Prince Dada, we got Google one, no red iPhone.
Oh, Prince Dada.
Unmute
yourself, Prince, please. You can hear you. What's it?
It's Emuede Idada.
It's Emuede, ESEMUD. Okay.
EDE is Emuede.
Idada, IDADA.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Check it before. Is that it?
Correct.
What's it?
You want me?
Let's see. Obevu, obi dolevu. Obevu, obi dolevu. Obevu, usayawi now. Uwaga sedene ikayo. Oba.
Chief Bohon wa talk by do the picture we want.
Who anyone? You go.
Kojo.
Baba. Abebe na leka baba.
Baba high priest wa talk by o damosa.
Go your mom, Bokia.
So iPhone, I saw iPhone there. I just requested the person with iPhone.
Please, I'll talk by Domolakun.
I think I just anyone.
Okay.
That man that gives up with that, the other day I just name.
I see an iPhone that is very funny. Who let this in? iPhone.
I let the person in, and we should allow the person to introduce his or herself. If not, if we wait for a few minutes and the person didn't introduce, then we can toss the person out.
Beautiful. Okay.
I've introduced myself now. I said Alex Ogwobadia.
Alex Ogwobadia, book here.
Wakada.
Mo Usaze Omerigi from Edo State.
Usaze Omerigi, book here.
Wabota ije moya warema ije agbonifo.
Oh, where's the mommy?
Book here.
Where's the Jima?
Wabewa wo.
Book here.
Ije moya wo wapagbe bobe wayabota o.
Abokia.
Wabewa wo wabido level.
Kojo.
Where's Meme who you setting the bar when we briefly we know the West. Appreciate that.
And if you can turn on your camera, we'd like to see your face. But I have Ituhai Dumoyi. You know, I have Edwin Igori. I have Patricia Ituha Moregbeaina. And please, this is again an opportunity to get to know each other, see each other. Since Edo they'll be conducting it in Edo, okay, I will be speaking both.
I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Patricia Fadaka Ikinovia. She's here joining us from New York today.
All right. Both here.
Mrs.
It's
I got your mouth
to
It's 19 minutes past the hour. Nekwen, please give us a signal when we need to officially start.
We should start now. We have enough people.
Yeah, Wabebe Negekai. Menoga Ojuwa Prince Evangelist JC Osemige Isibo, the leader UKGB from London, Ike Gwari, Wakoyo. Maga Osemige, Wato Akbe, Ijimaga
everybody, please, if you are not speaking, no mute devices were now.
So why we say Wabebe Nege Ikai Abiomo Egbewi. Yeah, Ijima.
Wese.
Yeah. Benike.
Oh, unmute yourself.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Again, even a VJ verse for Gary Trippy, any so you know, where's Jima Koyo? Okay, Koyo.
Unmute yourself if you're responding.
I would like
what's
the presence of Steffi Waifu, Edo Language Institute. Steffi, you are welcome to the program.
I'm calling in from Germany. Thank you for the invitation.
Okay, thank you for joining.
I'm going to switch now. I'm going to switch to my laptop because a mobile phone I can allow. So yeah, drop it in now. So it loud.
Who name a device so that we should identify.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to recognize the presence of Osholine Oshobuge Opiomo. She's from Afema in Edo State, but she lives here in Toronto. Osholine, you are welcome to the program. We have our young politician here, Itoha Evagaro. She lives here in Canada. She's actually the youngest politician at the City Council in Toronto. She's very
yes.
vibrant.
Oh,
yes. She's
that young daughter. Thank you so much, my dear. We love you.
Thank
we
you.
We love you so much.
My elders, I greet you all. Great people of Edo State, I greet you all. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. I'm looking forward to this event that we're going to be speaking about, the preservation of our language. So thank you all for being here, because it is leaders like you all, our seniors, that really show the way for us younger Edo children, the youth. So thank you all for being here.
You're welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Most welcome.
Okay, I think somebody just muted me. Hello, my name is Tunde Obazek, joining you from Southern California, Los Angeles. I'm from Edo, Oviedo, Bataki, Ewahi. Despite the fact that I've been away for almost 45 years, but Keniriaye, Edo, Odion, we are always Edo. The purpose, again, I want to thank Nebo TV and the University of Benin, UNIBEN, for continuing to sponsor programs like this. In Edo, we say, Amazewoma awi. We have come to a point that we are now beginning to experience the dissipation or a lack of participation in the language. Even those that were born serious Edo take pride in not speaking Edo. And it has reached a point now that we are beginning to be concerned that it may become obsolete. What do we do when your language becomes obsolete? When your language now is even obsolete, then you are totally lost. So again, I can't thank Nekme enough, who is a true Edo that has made it not only writing books about Edo, but also continuing to summon us and bring us together. Even despite the fact even Edo, we may even criticize her. Well, but again, the effort, please, before we go, just put your hands together and give Nekmen a round of applause for all that she has done.
Yeah, nice one.
Yes. But she brought us together today. I am not only the host, we have 4 additional co-hosts. That's Queen Amina, who is again Oviedo Bataki, Queen Amina, we've worked together. Then we have Nicole Katz joining us also from Canada. Please give Nicole Katz a round of applause. Nicole may be a Canadian, but she's Edo by, in her heart. Then we have Sandra Idubo also joining us, one of our hosts. Please give Sandra a round of applause. And I just also added Chief Valiant E. Samson Ezoba. Give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, Queen Amina, it's your turn now to call on Nicole Katz. Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you so much, my Edo mommies and daddies, brothers and sisters, for allowing me to be part of this great event. Thanks again, Nekwe, and all the co-hosts. With this privilege, I would call on Nicole Katz from Toronto, Canada, to please introduce the program for the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that and for having me here today. I am very grateful to be speaking with all of you and to be hearing from all of you and your passion for the language. I definitely can understand the importance of maintaining a language and really just kind of not allowing it to be obsolete. It is great. So for today's program, it will be focusing on discussing the standardization and the harmonization of the Edo orthography. Strategies to preserve the language and sustenance of the program within the University of Benin and other institutions. The purpose of today's meeting with the Honorable Commissioner is to discuss the modalities of harmonizing the Edo orthography in such a way that school children are taught a uniform and standard way of writing the language. Emphasis will be made on the possibility of reviewing all the books used in teaching the language based on the harmonized and standardized orthography. Teaching the Edo language in primary and secondary schools, especially in the Edo South Senatorial District, should be given an added boost. In addition to all of the above, we need to place emphasis on the regular training and retraining of the Edo language teachers in the Edo South Senatorial District. According to the National Policy on Education, the Nigerian language is one of the compulsory subjects of both basic and senior secondary school levels of education. So let the Honorable Commissioner be reminded that the Governor, Mr. Godwin Obaseki, has long approved the enrollment of the Edo language as a compulsory subject during the basic and senior secondary school external examinations through the National Examination Council, the NECO, and also the West African Examination Council, the WAEC. The need for enforcement should be emphasized, especially in the Edo South Senatorial District. The Edo language teachers should be employed. The Edo language comprehensive scheme of work should be circulated to all schools for effective training and for effective teaching and learning of the language. There should be a way to encourage the study of the Edo language in higher institutions like the University of Benin and others. Thank you. And we'll continue on with the program today then.
Thank you very much.
Wadomoni Waiwu, Moisandra Idubo, Oye Felix Idubo of Idubo Art Gallery, Wadomo, Abirame Vijimi Walayo. And yes, again, I want to say thank you very much for coming for this program. And I am one of the co-hosts. So I know we've started already, so I just want to quickly tell us what we have left in our agenda. So we are going to be having some guest speakers. We'll be having Professor Victor Edosa Omozuwa, Professor Esoe Omoregbe. Then we have our special guest of honor, who is Dr. Joanne Oviawe, Honorable Commissioner of Education, Edo State. Then for the third session, our guest speakers will be former Governor of Edo State, Mr. Lucky Nusakai Igbenedion. Second speaker will be our mommy, Lady Arabiomo Ogbewi. She'll be here to narrate the history of the Edo language in universities and TV stations in Nigeria. Then the first session, we'll be talking about strategies on how to preserve the Edo culture. Then we'll be taking suggestions from guest speakers like Barrister Osagie Obayuwana, Mr. Ikpomusa Kelvinson Omorige, Chief Dr. Billy Osawero, Honorable Osaze Osemigiero, Enogie Felix Omorodion, and more. After which we'll be doing the closing statement. We'll be taking the closing statement from the host of this event, Nekme Obasogie. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Sister Sandra. Again, very well said. It's an honor to meet you and honor to even be in the same Zoom with you. I knew your father from way back. He's a proud Edo man that made all of us very proud, even outside this nation. When we see his works, we are proud. Again, I'm glad to be here. Next.
Very quickly, sir. I would like to call Pastor Margaret Agbonifo to pray for us today.
Father, we want to thank you for bringing us together in this Zoom meeting today. We ask, oh God, that you grant every one of us wisdom to handle all the matters before us in the name of Jesus. We commit our speakers into your hand, O Lord, that the Holy Spirit will speak through them. And at the end of today, we will all go back to add value to our Edo land. Oba me ina do mo dagmo we obo no mu gie na do yasu salobuama enwari wiere ni Jesu otebo mana emi ya no wiwo baba luwu gie na imaya were gbe mi were gbe ni Jesu Christi oba atokbe ugie na gifo maso ene emona ma ebie yan do bai afia gbe no ro oraro tebo ma. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Nick, there for quickly doing that. And moving on, are there other people you need to recognize? Are there other...
I would like to also recognize the presence of a high priest or Semige Ebohon, and we can call him to the floor to give us some words of wisdom.
All right, high priest, if anybody, somebody should be pinning the speaker to the Zoom, please. The power of Semige Ebohon, if you could unmute yourself and join us.
Nick Ben, give access to the pinning while you're doing something else. Yes. I can do that.
All right.
Thank you, Queen Amina.
My pleasure, sir.
Let's look for high priest or Semige Ebohon.
Wakoyo, are we using English language or Edo language?
Edo or Dion, sir.
Pardon?
Edo or Dion, your preference, but preferably, I know there are people here that are not of English, of Edo descent, but this is part of the process. We learn English. Use Edo as much as you can.
But
you're mute. Please unmute, Pa.
Thank you to Uncle Tunde for that response.
Wese, my brother, Alexi Bineweka. I love you, man.
I love you so much.
Pa is still talking. Can somebody unmute some of the, I don't have a... He can unmute himself so every other person stay muted, sir.
Thank you.
If he can hear us. Sir, can you unmute yourself? I'm trying to find him on the screen too to pin him up. I can't hear him at all. Can anybody hear him?
Okay, now he's on mute.
Okay.
Domo, go ahead. We can hear you now.
Nick,
yes.
No thank me. No where United Nations, one of its committees said Edo language will go into extinction in the next 20 years, which is a very sad research news. That line, that Nebo is doing this, many other groups are doing this, doesn't mean that we are doing anything to help Edo language. The first thing is the way we all speak Edo language today, like the intestines of an accidented animal being dragged by nomadic dogs, doesn't mean that we are doing anything to help Edo language. The first thing is, if you want to preserve a language and protect it from decay, you must dance it, you must sing it, you must recite it, you must dramatize it, and you must tell it as stories. The only thing that has been done good for Edo language is in music. Because most of our young and old musicians that are fast passing Like Sir Victor Wifo, I have not written a poem on him, of Begitane Boasa, Osayo More, and a host of others. Amunyu is a normal, and the Mopolonamu Yugo had all contributed immensely to Benin music. That is the only aspect of our culture that is growing, but not too seriously. In dance, before the white man came, immediately before they came and immediately they left, there were new dances that were developed in Edo land. A Kareta, Isabede, Alege, and a few others. But today, what have we contributed? If you look at our dance groups in Benin today, other than they are shaking their buttocks and shaking their chests, nothing. So what have you and I done to improve that aspect? I hate egoism, but I will praise myself like a lizard that fell from the Iroko tree. When I was head of culture in the state, I made sure many dances were developed. Let me leave that aspect. Then recitations. Our young men and women who are very enthusiastic in contributing to the growth of Benin language, they recite recitations without even knowing the pronunciation of those words. And they will not ask, and they'll be doing it, and we will be clapping for them without correcting them. I know every day when people write me, Dama Baba, Obo, where this and that, they will write certain things that I will say, no, it is not so, it is like this. A lot of them will attest to that. Let me quickly chop in this. University of Benin, I congratulate you for contributing to this program. But don't be, it's not today it started. I don't know what has happened since our daughter took over. The Department of Linguistics, or where Edo language is one, some few years ago, they came to me, they had only 3 books, Benin books in that department, only 3 books. And I contributed a few and then asked some Benin people to do, but I don't know if they did. I don't know the position of whether there are books or there or not. What are we doing to help that department? During the war, only 2 of my books that were available then were used in all universities where Edo language was being learned. Leaving that aspect, before I go from here, I will ask that department's representative to come to the Ebon Center and take 50 of the new books I have just written. This is Igyobe, a very controversial book for courts. This is Olokun worship. They will come for about 30 of that. Then Egwaba Nedo, latest on Egwaba, they will come for 30 of that, and some other books that are not here now, but they are available free of charge so that they can have something in that department. Then my brother is
Where's Baba? Where's sir? Where's it?
Thank you very much.
Where's Rima?
It looks like the network went a little funny.
Blinking, yeah.
Where's Baba? Oh, where's Baba? That department. Where's Baba? Where's
Professor Koyo.
Where's Baba? Where's Baba?
Where's Kakabo? That's a nice one. Thank you, sir.
Why we why
Well, since again we expect that network in Nigeria will sometime disappoint, but I think we received enough from him. What I heard him talk about that at least he gave us a clue where if we dance it, sing it, recite it, demonstrate it, tell our stories, dramatize it. Thank you very much. And you see, and I'm honored to know where there are people already in this forum that are already doing that. I can talk about my brother Alex Bineweka. I can talk about so many others. I can talk about Nekme. I dance this, I sing it. Even my whole band singing Edo sometime. But it's not like what we heard is it's not enough. They talk about standardizing it. And that's part of the issue because a lot of us speak it slightly differently. But before, let me stay with the agenda. Next will be the introduction of our MC Happiness. I love the way you spell your happiness, Usa, to entertain in the audience in Ehara, Oredo. If you don't know what Ehara means, that's Edo poetry. We've always had one. If Happiness is around, please unmute your.
Spoke about to put it up on the comment section. So we'll just take note of that because we are here to find solutions, right?
Beautiful.
Yeah. So
that's why I love working with you. I love working with you. Look at this. Oh, she's into results already. And we just talk. I appreciate it. So yes, in case you have, from what he said, I tried to make notes, but I was not writing fast enough. But if, you know, in talking about dancing, singing, reciting, dramatizing, telling our stories, and so many others, if you have a follow-up on that or to elaborate on it, please put it on the chat so we can gather that information. And is Mr. Happiness or MC Happiness also around?
Man, you gave me a suggestion, man, a Harris and Nabulele.
Domo. Please put it on the chat room because we can follow. Otherwise, if I open the room for just immediately people jumping in, we will never leave this subject. Put it on the chat room and they may call on you later to say, hey, we love your suggestion. Can you elaborate on it? We're certainly, with all due respect, Mr. Nabulele, Egrio. But if Happiness Usa is not around yet, again, we know the technical difficulties sometimes, I'll call on Professor Victor Edosa Omozuwa and Professor Esohe Messiomoegbe stand by to explain the issue affecting the Edo language. 5 minutes, please. Standardization of Edo language orthography. It's Edosa Omozuwa in the house. Please, if you can find her.
Omit yourself, sir. Omit yourself.
I'm here.
Thank you. Please give a round of applause and take it away.
Thank you very much. Itu wahia iwe do nuzomo. Iwe do na hire. Ikakabo kwome otimare nekme obasoge. Nona sikona koko. Ikono gba. When I had done do year. So the major issue here is the issue of harmonization and standardization of the Edo orthography. You see, majority of our native speakers do not have problems pronouncing correctly Edo words. I didn't say all Edo speakers because you have a lot of variants and inappropriate pronunciation and the rest of the incorrect pronunciations. So there is actually no problem, handling such issues. the major issue is how to write the Edo language correctly using the appropriate letters of the alphabet. And if we trace the history of how Edo was first written, it was written by non-Edo speakers, that is, the British colonial administrators. And so they were writing that language, that is Edo language, through what their own language experience, the English language. And so that is responsible for most of the problems we are having up to today about written Edo. There has been a lot of seminars. The first one was actually held at the University of Lagos in 1974. And this was in response to the writing system introduced by later Emima Ogeriahi, who was a lecturer in the Department of Linguistics, University of Lagos, where Edo was first introduced at the diploma level. So, in that writing system he introduced, of course, many people, rejected it outright because he mixed up the conventional orthographic system and the phonetic symbols. And that was why non-initiates cannot read what he wrote. And that was what necessitated the then Ministry of Education, Ministry of Education in the Midwest, to set up a committee. And then there was this seminar where all these things were discussed. And that was the first problem. Now, how is Edo written today? That is 1974 till now. That's many years after. Today, the situation is even worse. Not that people introduced a mixture of two codes. No. It's that people write the Edo language, the way they like. The way it suits them. I give you an example. During the 2020 governorship election, there was a campaign slogan, Togba. Yeah, there is no Edo person that cannot pronounce that word correct, that utterance correctly. But in writing it, you will have 10 different, variants. Some will write a T-O-R and then GB separately. Some will write T-O-R-G-B-A together, and and it becomes very worrisome when you are reading all these things and say, how come in a language you have different versions of the same utterance, written differently? The problem didn't even end there. If you look at the expression like just follow it up, and you are going to see if 10 people write that utterance, you are going to have 10 different versions. And that is not good enough for any language. And that is why we have been, advocating that there has to be a standard way of writing the language so that, everybody will be communicating in writing using the same code. That is the same orthographic symbols for the sounds. Now, some years back, that was 2019 or so, the Benson Idahosa University had, they still have it. That's a Center for Edo Language Studies. And then they brought together a whole lot of people, experts in various fields related to the language. And we all came together, and there was, a big seminar that was organized, and the appropriate ways of writing the language was well spelled out. First of all, we had to identify the sounds, the relevant sounds in the language. That is the starting point. Because if you don't know the sounds used in the language, you cannot reduce that language to writing accurately. So it was identified that the sounds used in Edo are 39, contrary to what we were taught in the primary school in the early 50s, 60s, and so on, that Edo has 24 letters of the alphabet, because it was, just almost in line with the English alphabetic system. So the only two that were not added was the Q and the X. So that was the beginning of the mix-up. Like you will see, for instance, a single R is used for two different sounds. The R in OE or EO, OE, and so on and so forth. And then the R in Osaro. These are two different sounds. But the orthography we have been using simply we use one R, that is a single R, to represent the two sounds. And that is a major defect in the writing system. Because in a good writing system, every relevant sound should also have a letter of the alphabet to represent it. So we have been trying to present the accurate number of sounds, which are 39, and then how to represent each sound in writing with the appropriate letter of the alphabet. In 2017, the executive governor of Edo State, brought us together to say, okay, now the Edo language has been approved for teaching in the primary schools, primary and secondary schools. And then we did a write-up, and we thought, they were going to implement these things, in the level specified. And then you have, as of today.
What's their picture? You're not going to it.
Thank you. I think his line froze. I was just even trying to let him know that that time, we have to keep into time. But please, if you're not speaking, mute your microphone. Please, if you can hear me, give our brother a round of applause for all that explanation. I'm sure we'll be hearing more from him. But can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Beautiful. So then we have Professor Esohe Messi Omoegbe. If you're in the house, just briefly give us a few, your take. But please begin. Be very, very.
I had a problem with the network, so I was cut off.
Yeah, please, if you could just round up, if you could just, it was 5 minutes, but if you could just kind of summarize for us, so that way it would.
Okay. So at this point, we are requesting the Ministry of Education, because every innovation in a writing system must begin with the school system. That is the former educational system. So they are the ones to drive, how all the various authors should be made to, comply with the standard way of writing that has been, advocated, as I said earlier. So it is the Ministry of Education that should do that, and we are requesting the Commissioner for Education to help us in this direction. Thank you.
I thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause for such an eloquent speech and also for such well-deserved information. Again, just moving down, if we have Professor Esohe Mercy Omoegbe, again, just give us a brief speech, if you don't mind.
I'm in the house.
Thank you, ma'am.
And
Welcome.
I want to thank everyone, my brothers and sisters, my mothers and my fathers here in attendance. Wabo here. Wawe se kakabo. Inwine dogi wiji mabowe ni Jesu. Part of what actually informed this seminar today are my discoveries from the fact-finding I did as regards the teaching and learning of Edo language in the Edo South Senatorial District, in addition to the harmonization and standardization of the Edo language. And I will want to plead with everyone to please hear me out, because these are very, very serious issues. And I wish the Commissioner for Education in the House to listen to what I just want to say. First, it was very disheartening to find that Edo, not many schools have Edo teachers. In fact, there are not many. I found out that Edo teachers are not found in majority of the schools in Edo State, in the Edo South Senatorial District. And where you find Edo teachers, one teacher will teach the basic school in addition to the senior secondary school. One teacher. And where there are no teachers, they will drag teachers teaching maths, biology, or other subjects to be teaching these subjects. And I want to say that Edo language is not taught by just anybody because of the technicalities involved in the language. Anyone who must teach Edo language must formally and compulsorily undergo the training of Edo language in any of the schools, the higher schools in which Edo is taught, at the NCE level, the Polytechnic, and university like the University of Benin. And the neglect of these basic facts result in the chaotic situation we find ourselves as regard the harmonization and standardization issue we are discussing today. Now, the second basic fact, the second basic problem is that there is no designed curriculum for teaching the Edo language, and that's a serious one. There is no designed curriculum. This curriculum is not circulated to the schools. So the teachers do not have anything for teaching the language. So for some of the teachers, they just make do with what they have, and you see them teaching any haphazard thing. Then the third issue is that the so-called Edo-based method that is being used does not favor the teaching and learning of Edo language at all. It does not allow the use of textbooks for the teacher, by the teachers and the learners. the method fails from time to time, even during exam period. Some of the teachers have to resort to writing on the board during exam period when the method fails. They have to get other materials to quickly scribble some things on the board in the form of questions for the pupils and the students, for them to have something to take them as their exam. And then the fourth problem is that not many schools are teaching Edo language. We know there was a directive by the Edo state government at a time that Edo language should be compulsorily taught at the basic and the senior secondary schools. But it will interest you to know that many schools are not teaching this language even in the Edo state, in the Edo South Senatorial District, where we are trying to enforce the teaching of this language. You see that implementation by the Ministry of Education is the main problem here. At a time, WAEC threatened to delist Edo because they were not getting enough students on Edo language, and they said they were wasting their money preparing materials for students from Edo language. They are still threatening. Just a few minutes to 4 today, as I was sitting here, somebody called me and to ask, is Edo language a WAEC language? And I said, yes. They said they just checked, they just Googled it, and they couldn't find Edo language among the subjects, the WAEC subjects. I said, but we have one of our former students who is working there. And he said they are still taking Edo language, though they still have problems with the number of students who are enrolling as students. So we will plead with the ministry, the commissioner, to help us implement what the governor has started. Then lastly, we want those who are teaching the language, the few who are remaining teaching the language, to undergo training and retraining. You see, we are talking about standardization and harmonization. If these people do not know what to do, if they are not aware, they are not knowledgeable of this thing, they won't know what to do, and the children they are teaching will not also be taught the right thing. And that is why we will not be able to make any headway with this standardization thing. You go out there, you take up 10 books, just 10 books in Edo, and what you see are different forms of Edo writing system, using the different forms of orthography. And that's not good enough. That is why we came together at the University of Benin to say that this thing is not good. And we want to thank our sister, Nekwe Obasoge, for collaborating with us to start this crusade of standardizing and harmonizing the Edo writing system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my sister. Very well said. And even the call for the Ministry of Education, I noticed that it goes back to educating ourselves. A lot of us took English language, we took Latin, we take pride in studying all other languages but Edo. I will say I work here in the University of California. I can't wait until Edo become a language in this place here. We talk about the WAEC subject, whether it's still there. The interest is really another issue, but I will not waste much of your time. I'll call on my co-host, Queen Amina, to introduce the next guest.
Thank you, sir, and thanks for all the speakers thus far.
Kunamina,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Before you would do that, I would like to recognize the presence of Dr. Antonia Adedago. I would like to also recognize the presence of First Lady Mechanic in Nigeria. Thank you all for joining to this program. Ambassador Joe Eigiamuso is also joining us today from the UK. Thank you, thank you. So go ahead, Kunamina.
You're welcome. Just to remind everyone putting comments in the comment section, we are not forgetting about you. We're going to be referring to those comments at the end and answer and deliberate on them. Like I earlier said, we're here to find solutions. So thank you so much. I'm reading most of the comments.
Yes, if she's not in the house or we're still waiting,
we can go to the next person, and then if she comes up, we'll bring her back up.
Beautiful. Actually, the next on my agenda is today, which is August the 13th, 2022. Nebo TV would like to declare and dedicate every August 13th of every year from now on till eternity, Edo Language Day worldwide.
Wow.
And we will celebrate it on Nebo TV and all other TVs. And again, hopefully you are, I will call you the first Edo ambassador of Nebo TV. Spread the news. Next time we meet, if we have, if you bring in 10 other people, we are on the road already, but there's a whole lot of other plans. But again, I'll let Nekme quickly just why you chose that we should have August the 13th. Is it a special significance? Or do I see some other hands? Alex Gobadia's hand is up. Lucky Agahowa's hand is up. But if Nekme, is there any reason why you chose August 13th? Or it's just because this is the day?
Also, Nekme, before you go on to, after you finish, we should have some of our elders in the house to second.
And again, Queen Amina, if there's an order in which you needed to take the elders that you have identified, please feel free. Otherwise, before you do that, I'll say, I know Lucky Agahowa's hand has been up for a while. Quickly, for just about 30 seconds, 1 minute, if you go ahead. Just Lucky Agahowa, if you just unmute yourself and quickly.
Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Wayaputana. First of all, I want to commend my Madam Nekme Obaso and Obasugie for a job well done. Thank you, Mama. And I thank every Noge chiefs and Mama in the house. I think we started with a mistake because we are trying to speak Edo or speak Bini or whatsoever, but we are speaking English. So I think whatsoever it is, let's go deep down into the Edo language and let's speak in Edo. Whoever that does not understand Edo, we try and ask questions from those of us that do understand Edo. So Wayafe wa talk be wa permit any Zedo because na Emedo aduta okina do we ma. So kemi na hianta we na okina ye do so. So we should start it. Because thank God our Mama said it's going to dedicate this day or every August as a Edo day. So I think we should start with Edo language. After listening to a lot of us, Babaka Gwanege, though permit me very years you understand. I'm going to melange it with English and the Pidgin English because that's our language. When Makaya Gwansiye Daddy Bon. We want to say we're 20 years from now, we man are we. And my Fiekban and Figuene will be speaking English. Or down serio where most of all we pay for our children to go to school, to go and learn other language and not Edo. If any of our children come back home, on our Zedo, Imagba home, where you gonna pay, Edo. anoga se wa edo eboni mavizene ana oze boni akpo bonere osifune ane mamiamiage ewimani o wa wihia ne wima ewi o yima sikuku wena e magbado zio wau nana miege wimana hia wi a mistake in our man make ni ma we 30 today nana mewe ewima wi o ewe awe ma ya fe ni ga roted mana zia boni aze woni are ime mama maya edo ewima ya say Lagos ni ma we conquer severio di mama ya ewima na ze I believe we ya ga mo we ma e ma nya ko so that same mistake e ma yibi we na
Well, just for time's sake,
please,
it was
yeah,
just 1
please,
minute.
just permit me, sir.
It's already going 3 minutes. Okay.
Just 1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. Sorry. I want to permit us. I want to suggest that let's introduce Cartoon Network in Edo language. Our Cartoon Network in Edo language, I think all we promote him, and it should be a must in our schools where our Edo language compulsory course, right from the primary school to the secondary school. And our teachers should be encouraged with better payment. So those one will not encourage our students, our teachers, I mean, so that Edo language. So these are my three suggestions.
Please, again, with all due respect, because for time and to do my job right, when I give 1 minute, please keep it within 1 minute. Otherwise, the chat room, there's room for suggestions. So that way we can stay within time, because I don't want to disrespect those who took time to join us at the appropriate time and have something else to do, so we can finish on time. So,
Mr. Tunde,
yes.
I think the floor is only open as of this time, just to second this date or make a suggestion.
Correct.
So whoever is speaking to just keep to that, just make a suggestion or second what Nekben said. And then all the suggestion, like Mr. Tunde said, should be in the chat room. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Again, in re-emphasizing what, declaring today, August 13th, as Edo Language Day worldwide on Nebo TV. And every second Saturday of August, Nebo TV will collaborate with the University of Benin to host Edo Language Day worldwide. But even having said that, I will say make Edo language yours every day. Now, going to the next subject on the agenda, quickly, Mr. Kingsley or Mossy, who actually raised hand, 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds.
Wahia domo, wa confirm do wa hemenita.
Hemenita.
Okay. Wahia we se wabo here. Yeah, where if one ogma, esa mo boya te ropa. But eviniata where emiesi no where odeni mariena. Ne nekmeta idio bojo ya we video wa ga deba na me we na mwe na go na mwe ogedo na go dawo. Mahiani risi challenges in my face where nado mama do. Now where right now, you got a time in Netman where one of the schools, Eskunina Yawe Linguistics, Australian National University. Because I'm begging my passion for the Edo language. Yeah, when you do Zedone, one of the students Irani. Now me where also think documentary with me and on my carry where Niger they are setting introduce the Edo language as an African language with the school. During this pandemic, you here, a school mobile support a subject in Amia where students enrolled. Amia where Mahia Aikoboku, Eva Bumana, and Amia where our way in Winano Boom, Naya More Dona Godao. What I in your family where is not well coordinated. Now, platform now, yeah, where we act like Mr. Alessi Beneweka, then Steffi. A begging win and wow. anagele money by the one ave by bohon madam ogbe we here anagele kwe here kukube. Check if a lot of people the mambo boy near but here where they are contributing to their own language. I'm here where I'm okay do I'm where Wesley, okay, Wesley.
Wesley or Teme Kingsley, who's your way? I love that. That even you just saw me, because Edo, first of all, is very primary. So Wesley Teme, Sister Sandra, my co-host, your hands up just again. Take it away. Sister Sandra.
Yes, I hear you, sir.
You have your hands up.
I didn't realize, but I would say something. I really want to congratulate everyone for being here today, for being a part of this great program. And I feel I'm very, very opportune to be part of it as well. Special greetings to my mommy, Arabiomo Bewi, you know. So, and my father, call mommy, and my father as well, Chief Ebohon. Yes, so I'm one of his prodigal daughters. Domo. So anyway, my suggestion is this. I have been into this into the Benin cultural field for a very long time. Even mommy Arabiomo, if you recall, then I was very little when I came to join your cultural group. Even now we hear it. Then, so I've always loved our Benin culture, and I have tried my best, you know, to do things to promote our culture. So, my suggestion is that Nima try Nima way movies, Netflix standard movies, because that's where everybody goes today, all over the world. That's where everybody goes today. Netflix standard movies, Nora projected the Edo language, our culture, our norms, our traditions. So that's my humble suggestion.
What's it?
Yeah, it will be something. They will hear us.
What's it, thank you. Queen Amina, do we have the Commissioner of Education queued up in the house? Is he in the house? That's where we were just, you know.
Yeah, I was just searching the screen to see if she's there, but not yet.
All right. In that particular case, I would still say we take a few more hands, then we'll move to the next subject. You know, that is, actually, let's go to Sandra.
Professor Alex Igblewonka has been waving his hand. I know you didn't see him.
Oh, I didn't see him. Professor, take it away. What's it?
It's opportunity.
Oh.
Did we lose him?
We lost him. I think. Okay.
There's Sandra's iPhone hand up, Antonia hands up.
Yes, let's take Antonia before he gets back. Yes.
Wabava, Wadelagba, Nidieme, and all my peers, Wabava, my junior ones. Wawese, my sister Nekmen Wese Kakabo. I just want to make a suggestion where it's a mixture of Edo and English show. We should concentrate on the children. Let's say the Ministry of Education say we don't have money. Let's start with elementary school. Let's be very structured about elementary school. We can continue with the other things we're doing. Let's now organize around elementary school, because as we are now, we can plant a tree, we will not be under the shade. That's the legacy that we want to leave behind. So if we start with elementary school
Like she just said, we write books. I'm prepared. I'll write a book, not to distribute to elementary school, about how do we greet in Benin? How do you greet your parents when you get up in the morning? Just a booklet that we share to all elementary school students. Then we start from there, and then we start to build. So that'll give us time for teachers to be trained when they go higher into the secondary level, where it might be more difficult in terms of the language. That's the contribution. Thank you, everyone. And I love this. August, definitely, I vote for that. My sister Nekwe. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to reply to your comment, Ma. Thank you for approving that. So yeah, we have a committee that we set up right now regarding this Edo language. If anyone here is interested, you have any contribution, any insight, you want to contribute to harness this program on Nebo TV in collaboration with the University of Benin, we will appreciate you. Suggestions, contributions. That is why we organize today's event, so that people can contribute. So we want the Edo people to support this program. We have some strategies right now in terms of the children, how we can be teaching the children using some images, something that will excite the children. We have a lot of things that we are preparing for this program. However, we need suggestions and support from the audience. That is why we are here today, and I will appreciate that. Please, if you have any contribution, let us know. Email us, call us. You have my phone number. My phone number is everywhere. Please call me and support this program. Only me and the University of Benin cannot do this. So we have many Edo citizens in diaspora. I had the privilege to speak with some who have been here for more than 50 years. You know, some even told me that they cannot even speak the language properly anymore. So if there is any way you can help us, support us, ideas, you know, we need support from the audience. Let's preserve this our language, because this language is going into extinction.
I call on my sister Sandra Dubo to call on the veteran Edo language broadcaster. That's next on the agenda. So Sister Sandra, please bring in our sister with great honors. Sister Sandra? Sister Sandra?
She's muted.
No, she's not muted. I can see her.
She is muted.
Okay. Well, only Sandra can unmute herself. She's not muted.
If she's not there.
No, I can see her. She just mute herself now.
I can see her, but it shows muted.
Okay. I think she just did.
Sorry,
now,
I had internet problem.
You are on mute now. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Bineweka, please, yes, you dropped immediately. Please go ahead, finish your statement. And Sister Sandra, you are next to introduce Sister Ogbewi. So if you stand by, go ahead, Mr. Honorable Igbineweka, just finish what you were saying.
Thank you all. I'm not going to take your time at all. First of all, I have a task for Professor Esohe Moregbe and Professor Mozua, and this is the task. I need, or I suggest you guys create a think tank calling for the suggestions for the improvement of Edo languages throughout the schools, post-secondary, primary and post-secondary schools in Edo State of Nigeria. There should be a think tank. Everybody who have suggestions should send it to that pool, and that pool will constantly or regularly check and validate which of the suggestions that could be worked upon. That is the job I have for these two respectable people in our society. And having said that, briefly again, the necessity is the mother of invention. I am the creator of Gosa language for Nigeria and West Africa. If I can single-handedly do that for the Federation and West Africa, to me, Edo language should be a piece of cake. By that, I mean, we should go to the drawboard. the Egyptians created the hieroglyphics. The Chinese have their alphabetical writing system. Hello? Are you with me? Hello?
We are Mr. Alex Gobadia. Could you please mute yourself?
Okay.
Alex Gobadia, mute, please. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
The Egyptians have the hieroglyphics. The Chinese have their alphabetical writing. So many other countries of the world, they have their writing system. But we in Edo, we are using the English, Oyibo, Ebo, to qualify and qualify.
They are confusing me for the other Sandra. Here was silence.
Go ahead,
All
sir.
right. Let me just round up, please. We are using the Roman alphabet, the Roman language to qualify. Oh my goodness. Hello.
I'm so sorry. It is Sandra iPhone and Alex Gobadia. Just continue to unmute themselves, please.
Everybody, and then
Yes.
people unmute when they want to speak.
Yes, exactly. That's what.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can I just quickly round up, please?
Please do.
Okay. We are using Ebo to qualify Ewedo. You see, to me, the two doesn't work. We should go back and create our own indigenous alphabet. This is what I have started. I have created one. I am only appealing for support. Great people like Professor Mozua, Professor Sai. All you need is, okay, let us see this alphabet you created and see the validity and if we can do a research on it. That will stop all this, all this. It creates a lot of inconsistencies. If we do it, we train them from this generation to the next. We need to go back and use languages and alphabet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm so sorry about those interruptions. And again, with all due respect, again, please mute yourself. Make sure you are not bleeding through. Your personal conversation may be coming through. But again, there are so many hands up. I will continue. We have 5 hands up, but if we will continue on the program, and we'll take some of those people raising their hands. If we're Sister Sandra Dubo.
I'm here now. A quick observation, sir. Professor Alex Igbineweka, I was expecting you to reflect on my comments over the declaration Edo Day.
Oh, congratulations. I'm so sorry. Because of this internet, people interrupting me inconsistently. I'm so sorry. I'm with you. Put me in the committee. I'm by you, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You have been supporting and you are part of the committee already, sir.
Yes.
Okay, Sister Sandra Dubo.
Yes.
Where you talk to me?
Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Sunday. Thank you so much. I think I froze for a minute there, so I couldn't assess anything.
I understand.
So, yes. Anyway, I would like to call on a veteran Edo language broadcaster, a woman that has given her life in promoting the Edo culture. She is Mrs. Arabiomo Ogbewi. So we'll be calling her to narrate the history of the Edo language in universities and TV stations in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Why Menita?
Yes.
Wawese. Thank you, everyone. And my dear sister, Nekpe, Evenuta, or someone near every second Saturday of August, Edo Day, Yegbe Yade by.
Amen.
Ordinaga Ugu. Like we said, it would be difficult for me to say the history of Edo language at the universities, because I was in the University of Lagos in 1980. Professor Omenzuwa said they had a seminar in 1974. So it will be difficult for me to narrate the history, how it started at the university. I can only talk about when I went there to do a diploma in Edo Studies at the University of Lagos in 1980 and to 1981. At that time, before then, I was already a member of Edo Cultural Group. I have so many mentors. The high priest himself is my father and one of my mentors in Edo language. You know, when he started advising us, giving us some words of wisdom, he said we have to learn Edo language. We have to be singing it. We have to do it, dancing it. We also have to be dramatizing it. That was what helped me as a person. Because I was in a Edo cultural group, in that group, we will sing in Edo language. You will write songs in Edo language. You will dance Edo dance, read Edo dance, and you will do drama in Edo language. At that time, I had the opportunity in taking part in Edo drama written by our blessed memory of our father, Epa Ikponwosa Osemigi. He wrote so many drama for Edo Cultural Group. Our very dear high priest Osemigi Ebohon wrote a lot of drama for Edo Cultural Group that we were acting. And when you are given your own part to do, you have to read the script, and it was written in Edo language. I don't want to talk about the orthology. That was what we knew then. Then by the time I went to school in University of Lagos, I heard that, I'm sure Professor Omenzuwa is aware of that too. And she should be close to Professor Ageyisi. We were told that every word we write down should have a meaning or should be written on every word should stand. Ege should stand by itself. We should not hyphenate. We started to learn to write Edo without any hyphenation. According to the explanation we were given by our then professor, Professor Emovo, he said, a person who is not an Edo person, when reading Edo, you'll be able to read it, and every word should have a meaning. I don't know if that is what you are doing, because from what I have seen, I can see some hyphen. I don't know that is the accepted one or not, but all the same, we should learn to have what we call target audience. When we are teaching Edo, we have to start from the grassroots. Let us teach our children who do not know how to speak the language. Let us be able to talk to our children who are born in the diaspora that have never been having privilege to speak the language. How could they know, or how can they read? How would they know the meaning of what we are saying? If we are too strained, we are too stern, and using the orthology in the university, using phonetic languages, the people starting the ABD will not understand us. That is my point. Wallaho, wa try wa when you talk here, ave oebe, dire wana kukwana, wariye giebene, waga seti gwemo ni degwa, waga seti gwemo ni kakabonye ni kwa. I'm talking to Professor Omenzuwa, Professor Esohe. Obugwa ehya bobo yena. Again, mana radio and television. I had the opportunity in working with Epa Wabo Samota. He was broadcasting from Radio Nigeria, then Lagos, and later to Ibadan. Radio Nigeria had a languages department in Ibadan. After I finished my school in 1981, Epa Wabo Samota took me to Ibadan. And I was reading news in Edo, presenting programs in Edo. Before I came back home, working with a Better Broadcasting Service and working with Radio Nigeria, Benin. Before they discontinued with the Radio Nigeria, not the headquarters in Nigeria, we were not employed with the State Broadcasting Service. Whatever you do, or in reading Edo language at that time, we were reading it for people who want to listen, who's listening to us, to understand what we are saying. They have to understand. If they don't understand what you are saying, you are not making any point. When you translate the English language to Edo language, you have to make it your own. First of all, you understand the English language and translate it to your own Edo language so that people listening to you will understand what you are saying. If they don't understand, you did not make any point. You did not communicate. But in written form, that is where our learned professors have a lot of job to do. I don't know which one you want to follow. If what Professor Agesi suggested at that time, Professor Mozuwa should know about this. That every word should stand on its own. Instead of letting some word miss some words. If you miss some certain words, people who are not Beninese may not understand, may not know what is missing. And if they don't know what is missing, how do you not tell them what is missing? And that's why I have a little concern. It's not too much, but if you explain to me it's okay, then I will agree and I will follow you, it's okay. But we were able to communicate with the people because we were doing it like you are addressing a kindergarten child. To understand what you are saying than trying to tell the person who is in university to understand what you are saying. The person in the university cannot do more. There are not many. Then the people who didn't go to school are more. And that is where the population, the adult people, that's where we are. That is who we need to concentrate and talk to so that they can hear us. Especially to those children that are born in the diaspora because they cannot speak the language. Wagiakoto mwehe ni magagwe mongua ni amie na hewe ni mata. Iya mana hewe ni mata. Mana galwe phonetical language iyo work. Work. Wagiawe na ya suri na ya wabidi. Mena eti mata ba Professor Igbenegweka ona ni maswogi manawu nage lele ogebo ima menu gwake ya we so pa wage ogima oga from agbere se oni mere oni oyo ni mo pa ze maka go correct o
ise
wage maga wogima wago ga from agbe wala ho wage agelege mi no ka de aga mieri ebo da mari ehia aberi ekere bo okeare eze yakpolo rudoni wagimatra na dole yese learning the language wala eri marijima kenirowa kenirisi wagimahia magaze wima ma ibima magazo emaya iya ga ho kere Oteme no gwen bagay. Obi eri maga mosigo. O mesi gedegbe no. Imuna no imuna Australia kede. We no come here do. Obi no bia Australia ogwa zedo. Ni mena yedo na. Ekeni mayo party okpa ni mayo. Kena gwe ne modeva do asum ye ni ya. Imami no kwa ne do wo. Eji egwe ne jeme dogun a, ejeme na wi yore atiye. Iya fe na to bone. Odo money na bi America wi yore atiye. We bi ebedo, we go here Stephanie. Enye do ari ni ya. Ona mehoni maka abo akun akan. Akpa we toti mare manage. Professor Oviagwe o kakabo yere. Domaro no gire no do makpa eyo imae doma na aro wala ho watama many akata si na so awo from abidi ke gbo wo kan pa wani mama wala wa ama bie kai naga je a language no ye kwere iwo naga je awo wa wese wa be wa
wese awe no giga no giema yore awe no giga no giema yore awe ebo karogo bogede agi yebo kwen bale awe in all honesty, for those who did not understand this, the point is that, ladies and gentlemen, if you could just bring the noise down. You see, we have the best. Edo language is so deep that even I am at the University of California. A lot of the people, even my wife, who's an American, speaks Edo. We were just in Benin to bury my mother in January. It was just like what my sister, Mrs. Ogbewu, said. She was greeting Lajewu. They were saying, "How are you?" They were calling her Kelly. She told them, "My name is Igiwiyisi." She was dancing. Okay. She had the interest. Where am I going with this? We have lost interest in our own language. Until we start being Edo, when I address US Congress, I start out with Edo for 1 minute. Then I said, woe unto those who colonized us and didn't bother to learn our language. Let me reduce myself to your level and speak your English. Right there, I have changed the tide. Edo or Dion, wherever we go, we must, and we should be ashamed of ourselves saying Igwa Zedo or Mama Edo. It is not too late to start. Let's start now, like my sister said. There are so many ways we can do it. Recording it, even we're in the age of internet, documenting it. And if we can just go along with, let all of us in this Zoom to find one thing we can do, just not leaving it to Nebo TV, Alexi Beneweka, and my sister, Rabiomo. All of us should take a time to take pride in it. To the point sometime I chose, even in my office, to say to them, I'm not speaking English, we're Zedoa. And so, having said that, there's just so much we have to do. And the suggestion is being there. And if we have 5 hands up.
Mr. Tunde, just sorry, before mommy goes, just quickly, she's spoken. Mommy, thank you so much for, a well-spoken.
Thank you.
Just one quick thing for you to cover to end this up is you spoke about teaching the children, which a lot of people have highlighted. But what I didn't hear is how do we encourage the parents to be speaking these languages for their children? Because we might have some parents in this conference today that don't speak these languages to the children. The children don't have any network where they're going to be learning these languages. So what are some of the suggestions that we can use to encourage the adults to speak the Edo language in their homes, especially those in the diaspora?
Yes. First of all, we need to appreciate ourselves. If you don't appreciate who you are, you don't know where you are coming from, you don't know where you are going. Our adults, please, if you are Edo, value yourself, value your culture, value your condition, value your tradition. Let us forget about mental slavery and value our tradition. If we do not appreciate our culture and our tradition, how are we going to speak our language? One lady was talking to me the other day. But he went on there. How do you say that?
That's imagine.
He went on.
That's imagine.
But we went to where you appreciate it, we need to learn to appreciate who we are. Let us value ourselves. When we continue to value ourselves, our children will also value us. That is my suggestion.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So very quickly, I would like to appreciate the presence of Barrister Usaigi Obayuwana. Barrister Usaigi Obayuwana is here right now. Hello, sir.
The former Attorney General of Edo State.
Yes.
Thank you for proper introduction.
Yes.
Please unmute yourself and just a few words with us. I also noticed that, yeah. If anybody see him, you can spotlight him, and then.
I'm trying to do that.
Okay. Where is he?
There he is.
Okay, we'll spotlight him. There you go.
Wana. Hey, Wana.
Double. Me Osagi no be Wana Agu wala wale bige ti asu go yeke e di egena yina be egena fix yo ni ya ma ya kugbese ika go kon wa ze bi o ne nu wa zesin at least nebe do ido kian babo emi ni me aho ni yunu kan ko ni we o wa won ke mo wa pa so emi na gwan kan na mane emo ibiedo okay ke no to ayo and le ba se va dey mama tie ekwaro at our individual personal level o de ke aro ni ma ya ti amwe na takabo iso ka bo kan e ma no ti ye ikona ni me aho ni yunu kaiwo e ma so ro ne enia yaga fian obana ti o sa me se runda oge we ibi e bo be ro ne kian ti enia o sunu yo sayo odu ka we usas eyin ekin obana ti amaso woma ogwe amas Beni abe gbiyan ni mi aye ye ya se gbe mo ni abe bi e yen bi koyo ni abe de bota a private ni a so okoni we de mi e ma ye
amu wo
re Okay, can the Nima Iyema. Manirewe Bonoro. Aga Ogu Beso. Emi Kweno. Ima Kweni Nima. Iya no ke Poland ive. Iya no ke East Europe re. Iya kweni Brzezinski. Ema ye ya ni tia niya. So there's no reason if we ni magaya muima. Oni bogokpa. Okoni we ana doge dimi zebe do ozeka no du ozudoga zudo. Wamie we udene ebuima ya enis imanibu ebonibu ya enigi. Edo gele commuter ya ebonibu. So kwa amaka wi amaze do sano ebeno. Na rota we do we ozeka no zudoga zudo. Tunda wo we amaze boa kawi. Ekene dona kweyo ne karazeka nudoga zudo. Ibada na be kawe amaze boa kawi. Baika mia ewe ibiedo edo asoni anaze. Iba noma ina yona ka gelegele. Noma ze we do noma ze do tia wi. Adoga jini zebe iwe kede iwe. Awa no kwa. Amie ve uwe itan ogedo. Luwitan ogedo agana mie. Ebi no sunu de no pe ebi ne do ya ni e. Usolo wa no ware hotel Nigeria na dia. Edo mesan na ya ifi egbewo. Edo we ebina yi owu ropano logo ero. One year where there is nothing that can be more democratic than that. Eba yi owu ropa no logo ero. So the matter wa lari oba ya u beso we amabi pin awa hotel. We are riwa ese. Edo ka mi we I want pa ebo. Iran pa ebo. So even if you're not wikini, zebe iwe ni gedegbe no ruwitan ogedo. No very one year, we nika ni aya dia. So ime yona kawe talobo na ge mamu epede gbi ma kwa. So magani bayo matobima oge mata kemoni mabie koseni mame managele ame etini we amaze bo matawi matobima na se mama we enfo I enfo so nobody continue studying no so imeka about from the minority ikona where the mareta ni amege na where women dey mama wo na ze keke bi na gbe because what do there odebun ne maya ile gbendo because ome bi na ya gbe boy so ọmọ no ka bogwe to na se okete no we bi na ya gbe ina na mi ewe my tin adu webu ma wo ni ma gbe bi ma igun amareke na ari ebo bai so omuhe ime ti ona no ya we wa gogo we ati eme ni bi aro usumi ma no azi onya na anything ka bopon wa ya no swe iona wa boda rupu wa deru
wesi
that
timamu Edo wahire egi yege ma
Baba Nisa get amawe. Okay, the by Zoom now, mana declare on the 13th, which is today, as Edo Language Day on Nebo TV in collaboration with the University of Benin. So, which means every year, every second Saturday of every year, ma recognize Edo Language Day. So, and we allow the floor open for the elders to second this plan.
Sorry, some difficulties with my volume.
When matter, understand?
There'll be time.
Okay, so in a way, okay, John Zumba, we declare today as Edo Language Day on Nebo TV in collaboration with the University of Benin, which means every year it's going to be an annual event on Nebo TV in collaboration with the University of Benin. So next year, we're going to celebrate it the second Saturday of August. So we have Edo Language Day that we just declared today. And we allow the floor open for the elders to second it, to support it. So many of them have already supported this plan. So the floor is open for you to suggest or endorse this plan.
I don't think. Again, please, if you could mute yourself. Pa Moruyi has been waving. We have about 11 hands up, but Pa Moruyi has been waiting to speak. Would just please give us about a few minutes. Come on. We are 2 hours into the program. Come on. Come on.
2 hours.
Sir.
Ni mose.
Somebody mute, Paul. Please unmute. Thank you.
Okay.
Come on.
Emi kakabo bun simply where near it no. Oteme nekwe. I'm not going to be yo. You ya fe nuze ne mairo. Oge dene na amuso no. Osa pase yo ni mahia pase yo. Any ka ohia pase yo dene na imahia observe every year. 13th of August. Then already the second weeks ma dwe. Ohe ke no gbo. Edo where ewo ko dupon ma gba deve kun le ni mahia ko kugbe dene na ehie da dore ya fe omudi akima sana miewe ene ya na tasinia o wa lai ho o lai mahia ko mami no teme tasire arabiomo eni ya ki no me ko sini gwa edo we o wa irun ke ma pa ọmọ mo gbe yo kere ade na yisievo emi na ya fe na tasi ori manedo ni me na ya bi me ra moto ni me ya nware wa ri no saya yi me no awe aruwa popo refe no eni me o to me ke gbon mi edore me agbon ere ni ika gbon we ya fi eye mi idogbon tun we edo me wa gbon ko to wa de o ye me te su school me ma e de wa re gbon ne ke su school bo ya re tona o ke kaka bo logo we mane do no ri pa de wa e do we e wo na ba ya ni ikuna ba e akuyi be bo e o iwa si e na na mi we e mo ya fe na bierisi no ise ti hwen ni ero wa mo ni do ne e hwen e yo e no hwen o da ma na ya ha e geta eken mena wina zekinia is missed we bona maya je if Spanish ni bu e me maya do wazo na we Ogwe aware we obowe ye do ati obowe eno ibe yibe abe de gbe ma ise e ma we no zore no ridi mi oigwe obowe obowe ona awe ya baba obuta okun ogwe o obi ni wa gwana ozo papa ma wa mi gbe ni oni okin akaka de na pa ina ye sebani no ya me tona yo ma ke awe be na mo egbon yi no owe inu ya wa upo we e wa ya lo ye yo won ya oke ke ni magele ti are ogi mamu epin ni gbon no ona epin ni gbon ya mo fu abe bu wa re bu umana ka ye bo nkun Emma ma ki arun de ba ere rie na mo epin ni gbon ma fu ano bo kan won ya Ebuima veni magele wa igbose wutago kana mi wo ke ilogo mejedo iwaju wa eye me ya fe no idede wuye he do iro na wosie imete pa me ha ga ti wa bi bota ya ma wa be na aze do he e mo ya fe na bie eme arewe bona ni akatikati mani wa arewe bo aye go wa no unda numie e ma ne do gbelele e oisie vosie uriame no waru wa emi television e cartoon yugo ga ni aizele e ozena na mie ibi mona ibie wa iya o ni agaze wo yan
Come on, we go to
ai mi no
you.
ikun ni
Come on.
na laho na kakabo tim na kakabo ti e kwaro ni ma yo bo da ye sisimesi e mona bie be webo ara aka hiyan ni ewu yan e ni evo ni ma kere ahe ọsẹ wọn yẹn mọ kí ẹ ò wọ ẹ nabúlélẹ ẹ ò wọ ẹ ìpọnwọsà ara ẹ nínú báyà ká òwìtà máa ẹ wẹ thank God kwakàzé bóró ọrẹ thank God nínú ẹ wẹ ẹ ìpọnwọsà fún ọwọ ẹ ọkẹ bára wọ ẹ wẹ àárọ wa náà tí ọmọ tó ta gèbè náà gbìn ààyè àwà ìdíyẹ wòtọ oṣù ẹ èmi tún lẹ yọ ọhún ọ ní màá náà dò tiẹ or E or yata no aribo or E morima. Okay, that's one. Wa ma papa. Unda egena na we typing. Umaswe the first alphabet ne useti do akwekugbe useti do ya kiyeme. Ado then odo travel I knew phone I na do ya agme. Evi wugan. Eri oke kena ya ame emo edo na gijena ne mani vere we bode ana seti mo esuku gbo we na ti emo ivie na bia we bo wado wa we na zedo e wa le bon ave iri oboyo ave figo no polo yo gbe wagare na ma wado wa ge oyire swimmers ko down eni pin e yo ni tasi wala otake itebun ṣùgbọ́n run dege ma ni tai o ni suba go we yeke wa be wa be da yo
What's it?
What's it, sir?
wa ko yo ye
Ejima ni obo. Ejima ni obo, Miss.
For time's sake, I will beg, since this is just I will not more a chat, but at the same time, if we give 1 minute or so, let's respect that. But Domopa, everything you said is acknowledged. We have about quite a number of hands up. And I will beg also, if you are mute, don't unmute yourself while somebody else is talking. Sandra, iPhone, you continue to interrupt. I will call on you if you are interrupting somebody else. So when we mute you, please don't unmute yourself. Otherwise, I will call you out on a public Zoom that you are interrupting.
Yes.
Having said that, with all due respect, please, Epa, you just finished speaking. Again, the Edo Day, annually, we are needing everybody. So when you finish speaking, please acknowledge whether you support, again, making August, the second week of August, Edo Day every year.
Yeah, eka wa ya oni mo he si we eka body egbejo.
We say rame.
Na seraro.
Ise.
Sano pa se yo ni ma edeni Miami ge Miami mo. Miami ao ma miege Miami mi bo. Ya la e mo so.
We say domo. We say who's your way. Okay. I'll just quickly go down the list because we still have just a few. Again, we are in our third hour because the second hour has been gone. So
we have Chief Dr. Billy Osawaro is here to bless us with some comments.
All right.
Chief Dr. Billy Osawaro.
Yes.
Nekmen mwenano yena seredu mahiagi o mani ma o fu ma gbe mata no we ikeiru sun wa no ye gbo ha mu egie egwa mo no ba mo ba zun wa re do oba atope ba e diawa o mu egie me katekate era oga nya sukio redo zeri lele do ikeme etieva no dinere zeri giase gbe egionye sukini otene no diorio.
My hand say, can you people hear him?
Why in Italian?
Yes, my home. Speak up a little more. Yes.
Ewe nige gbe la se fena gi wa ewe pe ilele do enawe pe na we desin emi no mano so kon pa no ma ke igun akan emi no bun okirikira re na ga we ari yere yazi oni egwa monoba magagari wa we bona Atlanta emeji va mwegi me imari zedo senia so kwokpa no owo ba gbon gari oba oidun yo gbon eri ma ewai ogidi gan otowo ba pewo ba oke iya ewui we e khame orin ora igade ona adi egwa ore we iye ogbe stadium ina we ni gege legwa eriro ike owu gamede ina we ni gege segwa eriro Uaga diegwa zewo khamoba ugu mwegbe bena wo khamoba ami amivie yo wa uwe etin tota no monoba no rekiti aimi o khamoba uma mwegbe se bena khamwegbe Ivani ona wari egbo imala obogun yagumu yonare mariama imari mami ekeni nana miewe amawe mi se ana gegeri egbe awe oya megben yiwa we aike mie maria sun egbe mi we ni amare mana ye bo sun so kwani wa mi no de yofo Ami no efo imaya wede zevo ba otedu we no we mi eri ma we le lerun da owo ba bo fo me na ni anori we zedo na imaka azo we dia ogbe wa ri do mu renewe oigi no we gwa monoba ya segbe araga veve imari wo ebe na ya ze edoni unda ebe ga so egbe ana miewe obaredo orekiti awena muebe ninu va una irava ana miewe ekese omagi ebe no aya muesu fome erima wa beri egbo eba wuma time eweni lase fena imi erima bijima beni mahia yarema magagao na miewe edona no ye aro ana ikwemie magire ma nibi maye tin azo alao egbima ohin akesun mo gbon ye baba we wa gegi ga yin ma ana miewe ibi edo igbe na gareke obie gan pa na aro agao nage yo mue rudoni awe na gbon hiazebo eso no we wobe obi ansaru do wie dokpa ekeni bi ansa vai na gbane awe do wie doni na aze ebo o ihe we nu wo e wega igele ewe ugagi yeso ona gba bibi yoba va gbi yoba yanze uwega iyawe yoba ana miewe ibi edoro no tota yue oteko no rie do wi ma bi na azi yoba e ibi edoro no ri tota ye Kaduna e Kanu no ukpise oga ire wi ma bi na aza usa ruda iya imi o majo owe tu ga wo ya u ga gele wo ona imiewe uga igaru we buya iya ize ebonu we uwe ga ibu ebu ni ni aze iya be last fe na imi ma ewe mani buni amare webo ma imi ma ga gi mi egbe emi no ke ni maka aze o edo ni yada mi ma sin ko vi ma ge nekme ebonuze obunse donuze i la se fe na tama we na ni awe uga igam ti ma dobe donu hiaze gera bunse bonuze runda ebo vita we practice makes perfect ege kwe mwe uga iso haze doni ugugu ale donu ari ebado umare rejere abe beme mi noria uga ze beme udo yere emi no ke nu die yo so kwa pa no ebo ni ke magbe ma iwa o ma zedo pa magwale dobe na ari ebae ama ire yere awaye bo life ama no dame yo ma ibe kuyo ma gi kuyo beri dobe uga gazo o ma zo ese no miewe ubemeni o emi nu onu ta ari gegeri e wan ebae ne no mi na muemi ni su fome oga iwaye bola abikpo boyo magige gbewe veneri mago gidi gan ya mai ve gwa eri ma be ya ma wai ekenu mana tasi maita mawe mwemu diaba gemi no kenu tayo edobi ohun ebe na ya we magige gbewe magwaze do aga izedeva azebe igbe bae egero no aya edoni imahe azedoni because magagazo ma ya on yi erimebe ye meyebe we osi enana miewe ekenariri na azo imebe damyo awe na akpi ho inwe do ka akpi awe na toka o ka to me ka gwalo o ya me yegbe debati manu ko nota ba we wa kiabe age nene a movie na tani wa be ka goge do unda enene Netflix na be kana ibi Yoruba me ba ibi Hausa me ba bai na be mie wo gi ma be etin la ba okay ki ado si un koko we wo gize iya ga be tai we a standard no ave do na be eri ma be yima ni be ro we be no yose me mieso abo mo mi ni be guane masin ara muegin ya etin di ai na mie we ogele mite standard in Netflix ni edo ewo no na ga be etin sport no wala o we no ri aye ina he animata de sin va gele ya mue so fo me ibudeni meme ba magbera eminari rigau zebe webo ni mabeji ma miewe ebo we emino wukpigbe no de ihe ison ena benari mueme na rinebe na enekme ikwe yo we ogele keke we edokpa bukpo na be ya miewe kima kibima ima mwegbe ho ewe ena ogedu iyegbe ya deba wewe ụzọ leva ụzọ la n'ekere bụ uki ọgọst n'ibe nukai ma kwe ya ọnụ esokwu ọkpanọ ọba bụ ọfụ ụgagha o mevi edo ya ekeni arịrịga yebụta gbọ na kwe yo anaghị china ma owó ya mú eso bedo n'ọbaye owó lueha ọgọba katekate ulegberima swen ya sọgedo erima nọ iwere na mugiene dame oyi esogma bereba abe dione neni uke adie igabo n'ogbe anamiewe nwa agwọ dion na ibo nọre ego amọnọba na ukao wegabo n'ogbe uwe mueso da eni ome o time ogedo in anaghị kwe yue ne eni ogi ebe na ya muese keneri ma ye eri ma ga kpase yo ne obiedo ekenoriri ga ye no ogagi kwe yo ala orun da emi bun ni ma uwe ebu agagi tane ma awe amagi keke no sedo uwe na ewe edo o igi ogbe n'ụlọ ahụ ve na teme naanị na ana ni vere gwa monoba magabe se gwa magabe fie ye averi maso ho we ginye so no ladian ekeni ma yevedian so kon pa no enekme aga iwo na ne averi maso vedian e aga be we eminati e committee ni aya mueme ni segwa monoba eni ewe ni gege ikarieta de aye ke ba pa ni wan agi lao ebo ni mariri ga ye ne bo tebu ebo maniti megbi ma diaspora ai miewe wala wo wa ga ya me kinana ma ivima edo de to wa awe na ti enough for profit maybe en severi owe ebu ebo kate kiri mamu boye we North America we dian iya wa mego ni awa be vio yo to di mati e grant no come na ti e community service ono na gwa kana nia iyo be community service e imege runda e mi no si eni mani bu na emege na ya we na do ya ma bi ma egbe mi be ni akwe we summer program no age awe na miewe aga setting gbe grant yo where a community service we ni aro ni mau ebo waro no wa beri egbe ya yo igele we ado miewe igo ga ladian wo emiewe igo na ladian wo ana miewe ibi ma ga ye summer program in asayo aberi ma bi yima ke ni be do atu ma be din aga be eti be muege be do ya maya be mi na be miewe ya ahin akpa a be mi mi kereri yin akpo ni abe ya muedin wina ni ya muedeki ibege ene we emi noga oga wina no runda ewebo igo imani budo kwa wega weni amue 1 hour 2 hours 3 hours nado ya mabi mami awe we na beri ma do asa nivia eso me meha we $100 only $300 the summer program so kwa pa no ni bunkin awo ni aziro ni yowerio magasetin wewe ado agbene ye grant ona gele ladian erima ivima iyawa mwegbe nimina na agele ya miewe awoi ni mo bore di amamu runda Omo na mari mo ni Edo na eze Edo. Oma be ono yedo. Eto ye wo mo no wi. Mama oni bi ma wi si runda mana biere do. Maga yedo. Ohon na weta dule mamu vedo. Ege ga se maga yedo. Ma ese ne we e mo ga la we be no yo se ne. O wari do ye hie. Eva mana na biere do no nwa be do na do ayen we. Ekeni makede. O waye hie. Ego avon e oba gogo yi. Maga redo. Igo rekpo. Maga mi ekejo. Mema yo mono ma. Osi mero ni magba nwa no hin ayo mono ma. O no ye aya mu yoku. Aga ninye se ke ni ye ni do su yan yo. E o wa na mi ewe. Zebu swing na ni me obedi an based on data where more than 70% ori manekwi ni ko ware. Mamego, mamemia, so kwa no more than 70% may high blood pressure. No, there a lifestyle ni mado boro webu ni majena. No walao magawe we enya gaiwe awe eni ati Edo National Convention wa imia iyo na murena wagegbe muela diaba na we ni dan doge ari ewo no keri na imie we inyame owava na ma moemi inya we inyama mi no do maya inyama itema tafo runda we la o Atlanta uguma mi averi ma vi yima ni do twima kenigi to taki mama no etin ma bi ma do maga luro sekene aye yaga we ni ma o etin we ye neno California uguma mi ube ye New York uguma mi so kon pa no mama e mue be na gele mi we emi na ogele se na ri luro yi runda oga di magbe ana igele do mi we Edo na mi worry Guinness Book of Records. Ahien do ata dokpa we we ni anati Edo te aro. Ekwe ki anoni mabu we ibi ma runda mama mai ai ana mi we yamari on. No wala wagi aya hiu pare gi kwe amuima. Veneri makba gele taban we ibi Spanish uga mai do yan azoe. Me mabo edone ora tuye me before o ti ko ye o to ye me ati ebozedo runda igagazo iyahio emi nu yahio e ma be oni awon so kon pa no ehwe na amu e mama oni awon e ma no rie be America obo ha ta ma ewe nu gezedo we na geleri ele we winning na lao ni sie okona de ma run de ma e ori ma be no be oni agun ayo wa wese ni wa me no okamba Billy Adesuwa Osawa onori egioba zon wa re do ba atope
se wese ohane wese venu ya agun iwa re ni we ina we agbe ohane we do you anywhere then a billion me ari because we my ne me awa tani me awa here ni ani is ebo yo or logo so ma where are you boni ma wa we say and ni ken gwa wala ona sie na ya gwa koto. I will learn Edo to speak fluently, but let me finish this one today.
I would like to quickly recognize Ambassador Joe Igiamuso.
All right, Ambassador Joe. And
Manirio Bonho too. See, Manirio Bonho Wauna.
Yes.
Yagwa Imnuwauna Omagba Virio
Mudiane
Tenata.
Would you please Laho Eheme Nutani Lao Sister Nekmen? Excuse me, Ambassador Joe Lawo, just 1 second. With all due respect, yes, it makes sense because if my view will do saying why we want to honor, but we must, Mahia, we must honor those who also raise their hand. So, but because we Ambassador Joe Gamuso, at TNM, let's go. Now, Ambassador West, go for it. And a terminal of protest, you're very right. People have had their hands off for almost 1 hour, and we must follow that order. Ambassador Gamuso, West, Lahore, just time short, Lahore.
Wese itwe irima wahia wabe negekai Sister Nekme Obasogi, our ambassador for the great work no Wese kakabo osadebawe etingefuwe irima no wagwafona de obazu huwa oredo Wese ohamaba chifu sawa Wese kakabo even when is again the time even here name note yoto even you know can hear ne so kuma ya yete where when I tell see amaze woman away and charity begins at home. Note them post your Facebook and I post your even a bunny here fair even you know can hear ne in kate where every man and magwa kana no ga edi mae no ga anyo ni manwo mara tota ma ze we ma mara mudia ma ze we ma mara akia okpo ma ze we ma mara afimoto ma ze we ma the maria azoe na yogogo ya zoe. Let us be proud of our language. By privilege, I'm the Edo State Cultural Ambassador to the UK. If my wife propagating, you know, concerned with ma, Bebona, Kakabo, it can marry Edo's every time where no yakman took my son, no man, or ya her too. Magaru webu yoba as there we are, my home. You may time out at the end where Magavi as there we man, my TV, I tell women every man, the Mavi Mule, who die in every hand with money, Mavi. It can be a coded language for us. Nima my man. When I ask there with my head, why I give with my can marry Leva seva, even a boom once a doggy man nagme, I went out with her lad and not aware. Oba talk bay, no guari car, no quite guari do, no quite guari co, I more no heke. Was here because a standard hero. I only ruswe in Nana Mwe. Ikona Nana Mweso at Denena. When I standardize a do Benin spoken language here and written language. You know, me to be me, I'm trying to work with some people. We might have a keyboard or a keyboard or we might have our own alphabetical keyboard. Are we aware? My app. No kind. If not, me we might access all over the world. I will so we have more. Yeah, me keyboard a letters or yagmeni. Okay, my uswemi ni mawe zio ni mazio kan ni mawo ni mawe na try na achieve no otima no gwan kan movie si uhwemi utai but if you okpa ni mame komebere uwe industry ni if you okpa ni mame as a challenge no concern a movie ni magwan kan wari mahia ni we fi me do wa me na me ge Nollywood if you me do me itige but the mahia ya vela o my standard. Anybody know how with camera as I get a YouTube, a standard hero, a quality hero, a message hero, who hero now they are just after what they can get from YouTube. But man, we go on tire when my way standard thing I teach lily or do. They were working man na veze, kakabo Netflix is only a platform out of many platforms. Well, when we so one, we are mere when I'm a DSTV, the my access we obo Diana. Oro, Igbo Moria, Ijoba Moria, Ansa ero no me. By na me manedo ero bosie if not concern we na ona e concern na yigo ne amigo amiyobo. Imagine we not see maybe a message in a central point now where I see Coco na him oge ogbaka do na ka we okay ma mu na so na gbon here ke ma ria ye otagbon na rio bo ba na ya mie we ati we oti my last lot to do wa e maso e o sa ogba no fin agbe inwe na no kwokwo a o nwe na no concern egbe ni magwa kana awe na yi quarter or a movie na ya awe e no concern e we ma when we no polo o so ma we ma ga na we na ko boku gbe e no keke ni ma o no runda e ke ni ma ti se that even if me yeni o se va e ma mio ave ya teacher ma there agwa kan sin we evi mana kana we na manya we na ya ze do he ba ya manya he even me we orion ya ze get re na we gwa kan sin we a cartoon ni bieka like a cartoon kakabo osima pa we red do na no wa cartoon awe if no concern language manner my team we produce we are cartoon ni bieka we agi zeri na ya zeri manner he
Damo hunde time igo fian yo no hun la gui oteme uji owe igo fian yo no time is against us and hunde emi here Lutana is a very which always show way or having no kwa working because even we talona events will be suggested ya say cartoon ya say movie here we carry egui igo fian yo no and also a chat room is established where Benemi no heke because Nebo TV and University of Benin are gathering all those information. So wherever may chat, if you can, will also be taken into consideration. As we see, we need Mawani do well this group here. Our brother Alex Igbineweka had also already talked about creating our own alphabet, and I'm into information technology. I love what you're saying about having our own keyboard. Somalian, but just to move up for people who's got their time, Sandra, iPhone has the hands up for the last hour and a half. Sandra, I apologize.
I don't think she's there.
Oh, I see her. She got her hands up. If you would just unmute and start
She's
speaking.
there. She's there.
Please let me just take those who's got their hands up so they can, so at least with respect to them, they were here honoring us.
We have a Nokia here.
I understand.
I understand. Is here.
Yes, I understand. If you would please, while I give authority to the titled, but also if we are doing this, if somebody who's not a Nokia has been raising a hand for the last 1 hour, at least just give 30 seconds. Sandra, are you ready? If not, please, I'll go to the next. Yes, go ahead, please. 1 minute, please.
What domo? Eregwe and Makada.
Please.
My name is Sandra Agwebo. Izegbuwa, that's my name. Agwebo, Sandra Izegbu Agwebo. Nekpe, I'm so proud of you, so proud of you, my sister, that Enumurena is a welcome idea, you know. But maybe over suppose because Okpo Wamena one, Erame had so many wives, and for that, Ima digwe to Erame we Ima digwe one. But maybe so near do maybe that you know a dignity ni makame before no piana gwale okwedo opiaro panoiti omoviedo egenede iagborue but because of greener pasture and all that no idola you know na do ameki eniviedo ikwima ame eninoma keke. So maybe worry about in Nuave University of Benin. They may okwedo here be you know, okay, on all those things na so that those dignity of the bearo. Iriek be by minuta nekbe. Because it's so interesting, you know. About the August 13th. I will fully be, supportive of that with you. And you have a where maybe can be a mechanic, lady mechanic. Yata teaching man or not teaching a theory like electrical, mechanical. So they might have Edo language. We go no as long as I don't know now where the mechanic work. So it's part of a neo niveau. So I want to assure you I'm with you. So
my introducer were the first female mechanic in Nigeria.
Okay, my name is Sandra Agwebo. I'm the first.
Congratulations again, madam.
In Nigeria, and the vice president of Nigeria Skill Sector Council. Wame movedo no wa ono we winner ibieki ho. Ni ehiana asiro wagume. I'll be there to support because of where do I mean winner ni my team. If where do ya came over ania iya meti na yawe mi venegane dekai. Everything. Ikwedo iyamogo laona degbe the only by nenekbehiata by ikwedo so that my degbe those dignity in man everywhere or degbe aro. Waya wese.
Wese. I've been looking for you, Sandra. I've heard a lot about you, even through NECME. I am so glad. I would like to know more about your program and I would like to support it. I am a mechanic myself, but I'm into technology. But I am so proud of you. And I didn't know it was you all the time. I've been wanting to meet you. You can increase it. You can even do your sponsorship against after that 2 years.
So one more time, Edo State Association of Nigerians in Canada. So Edo State Association of Nigerians in Canada sponsored the program. I just want to clarify the audience. Sponsored the program for 2 years. So they gave us money for this year and they promised to give us the rest next year. So for 2 years, Edo language program in collaboration with the University of Benin. So
Nick Ben.
Yes.
You can roll that on the publicity section on Nebo TV. Just roll all the names to just keep going.
All
right.
Moving forward, Sister Amina, should we take the rest of the hands up? There's still like 6 hands
Yes,
up.
please. It's very important. I was grateful that you recognized them because their hands have been up. It's unfair.
I will quickly call on Chief E. Samson Ezoba is one of our hosts. Please, if you could just keep it as brief as possible for a second.
No, I would like to be humble. Thank you so much, my brother. Let's allow those who started it. We have my brother Enoge. We have other people. Allow them.
Thank you.
Last.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. For
your way. Enoge, please.
Thank you.
I can't see the whole name, but Enoge.
His Royal Highness Felix Omodion.
Wesley for helping me out. Your year, when I read the animal bomb away, who's your way? Enoge, the floor is yours.
Why Wesley? About talk bay.
He said,
"We coming." Every man. Chief priest, Igiohe, Ebohon, Osemibie, Papa, great grandpa. Wesley. You wait to Wahia, Nimwege. Wabege, no getting yes. Ika boy school, Ave Mammy, Ibe, Irio Bow, Dukun, see, Maka no get any wa Sanfio area. When you want it, one it you gain our Wesley. Even no Maka Bono, Ni me bege ni makaka bot no si ne mi kona collaboration with University of Benin by Neighbor TV, owned by Madam or Mrs. Nekme Obasogi. Oh, where when I medo, when I pronounce we know the mege where no more we my old down. Nunda only manika bobun ne wa ibi edo. Can I ask a things a woman? Every my gyo kawa ya mwemena hensi ihoni yi mari where temebe na ya azedo he ke moniro wa ke niro de governor ijena monire we boyso ekweze do se monoredo oni onyumaso nuwa yemenita yemenita wadoge emenigio henta chifebo ho semige no tasin owu de na ya webo ewa azebo ni opa ikweta ugbeme eba inae kekebe odeno bunya mara ateme cartoon yes school owebe yes but oagebo remewebo English and literature. I was one of the lucky ones from Edo College, my sponsor. And the aim not mean where, let me use English here. When ebo ya we mi ya se gbe ba equal every aspect of Agbon or British people. Yahweh. That was then British Council, to be precise. So Edo okeke ni mavea lele udena here. Ya setting yebo. Edo ya kwitan we arasedo Edo yiri. Eminobun meni kai. Edene na we ga si gwe orima. Ima enu bi Edo ma ye mie. Why we ya ye Edo Nigiogbe ni bunje Azedo amawita Agbon we big awe but even memie ebege we kegbe kupa okpa won din dopa ina ro wa menore ewebo ewedo gba ewedo tu emo Yabebo ni my invite yare ebo pakpagbe owe enoge I was looking at him the way no ya tie on that surprising me owe eba ikpogi egusi onata ogeta ina age mu na we okwe na gwa machine o me no gwane owe do no baje owe yen kede he's an American. I was in shock, of course. Luckily emi ya no know mami o riene sokun pa wan emi no ya me to na o ewe emi ya ni mata lo sin we na ya tie ni Edo he we na ya we kware he emi ni bun ya iku no ye no we neri mai gyo he no taisi we na Edo ye nia me kan we mi po January abi February imamie ugo Ewani kuku mu vedo. Obanoteka kume ugu ofija amaemi omabe ekarita vedo erimegbe gbe karita eku no jeme no we na we gbe ton mu iku edo no iku ya bun weri o no yewe no wi fia eni mo begi no ye
When are you guys done?
So any here fefe me aka we na ri ba we na ya gbin do he na tie ko na ba he na o ka me guane Edo day o de ni ma du giedo e no mano to kwani ma we my tito phone ro wa unda e no kan do here oba wa e o se tin use yo oba wa ni mame o ato ipe o dugie o e no mani ma egbe me na ta na nia e no ko yi e kin ara no but na eta wa na maybe the buy well where they vale Saturday no giver duzola nekere no giver ukie ogbo na mi we aya dugiedo ona amu marima no wa we se ni ya yi we owo mu he ona ki o we na aya sun iya yiwe aduko na fone age ni ladia because ikona ni otan buane na miewe azuze yo we na eme ya ni mata we na aya muese he oba wa atokpe wa bi to wa pe o
se
wa ya wese
noge.
So I want to quickly recognize the presence of the daughter of late Dr. Aisye Ihagosa. So the daughter joined us all the way from the United States. I just want to recognize her presence here today. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. I received a message from the former governor of Edo State. Probably is going to join us soon. So let's wait. Maybe he will join us soon. He sent me a message. The former governor of Edo State, Mr. Lucky Nusakari Igbenedion. So that is a quick update for the audience.
Thank you. Mr. Esemwede Idada, thank you, Wese, for your patience. If you just please go ahead for just about a minute.
Wese Obioba Waya Tokbe Wamu 7 Wagwalo. Emeni Matasin Okbana Vedi Foiro Bed Okado Kade Azuwe Ukedi. Rudoni Emokpa Kayuni Kabo Zangwanwayi. Anwanwani Naga Mani Biomo Norie Igbama no ari BS no tima pata isi iri yedo ya iye me pise no gbera ivie mo via me haria usun eje na say ayo won to yan ze bopa away why you want you let the pepper finish I know we do we our zedo de jile we our jile ebo we na here e money me vio America they go out to lamogun we at a good money uncle. So usun iverio a manorie the next generation na okay na kaka bogugun adeba mi oreresin wa evita e arun eva ka mo ba eva egun asin kenogi na ka mo ba wa yere wo ogidi gan lapo ogidi gan na ka mi ma we mi opa ni e mo bogu alo ama bi my do so rundoni emi yoni marizegi umogun wana emi no hin apase yin no manore e bosi ni ke gwe gwananya ukpe vanya gi e ime ke wi gwe eni me no je me ni ke me ke gwe bo hu go managbon hu gwe do hu ukpupo mayawe arundi gwe ni uninia ina do involve me na the Museum of Fine Art iwe gbon ye the platform si de mi na oge azioyi no mate soin a square donor once a month wa if no gi ma do boy your COVID-19 orena if ni how ni we introduce you know di ma ete gun ya siri opa na rawe ni redu wa boy because e wono bun tebe no bun esin wa we se o tebe nekme uju ami o sere dunu simi na ri me we simi e boss ni wa e kwaro redu o je megbe uju wa ya ami
What's it,
sir? Thank you very much, and thank you, Wesley, for keeping the
I would
time.
like to recognize the youngest politician here in Toronto, Ito Iwagaru. I would like to recognize Engineer Bosse Ogbefu Oviasu. She is the first female president of
for your information, the governor, Lucky Benedict, is about to enter, so that you just keep your eyes open.
Okay then, thank you. So the former governor of Edo State, Mr. Lucky Nusakare Benedict, is about to join the program right now.
And if you will, if
you can continue, I just want you to take note. I'll continue.
Thank you. Thank you.
And some of the admin, if you can look out for him to spotlight when the time comes, just let us know.
Also, it will be a respectable place. Everybody's address him as chief because he's chief Lucky.
I think he's here now.
No, that's not him.
Ebo Vedo.
Is this our chief Lucky Benedict on the line?
Yes. I'm present with you. It's a pleasure to meet all of you.
Okay. Domo sir, you're welcome, sir. Domo.
All right,
Where's Baba?
Domo chief wa talk by.
Sir.
Me aga bi omo to o.
Wa dere we o muse.
Domo.
Yes. But since he's on the line with us, in respect for his time, if we just give him, if that's okay, Ms. Nekme, just plug him in to address us for the time he can.
Yes, sir. Domo, you know, and I'm celebrating Edo Language Day. It's actually a Edo Language Seminar. And we declare today as a Edo Language Day that every year I celebrate Nebo TV in collaboration with the University of Benin. So on here, the declaration that we just made today, we want your blessings.
Okay, well, I say, it's a good initiative, which you have my total support and blessing. Because I'm away. Noke now naya ten uye domu naya mewe amamia mewima ya kabori egbe ya bae amewe ewiesi noke now naya ye na ya mai na mewe ya mamia mewiya keni akere ayege dadogere isi betokpano wawe ari obowenia awe aze we mama yake kere ni amekira ya nwa hundoni ya kabo monwa wana fegbe koko na mewe wadwa tewedo na edo miami edo noke now awe mianya commissioner oge ewebe owe do we no Joel ya you wa we Tama no very you but no one be no ke no aye no ke na o ana chen ni adomu chen we mamu na ha we ya onda ave bo ebo ya so otagbona ezo adomiania ebo aris dese onda ekeni arise ya maya we na aze we ya so one of the road okay we are ma we bo na aze we ma he awoko pa ya we aze bo area we ya chen tongi mamu so rondo ni e ka bo pon wa an igbase ye eri han wa una
We're saying on why. Thank
you.
you.
Where's the Baba? Where's your
La the committee
moderator. La ye karo eva Sister Blessing Benedio and one other honorable Tony Sazua.
Beautiful. I will now reach out to Honorable Tony Sazua. If you can unmute yourself and just speak for about a minute, if you could, just sake of time. Honorable, go ahead.
Okay.
Can you pin him up? I can't find him on my screen.
I'll pin him. Go ahead.
Wadomani one. Wabota. Wabewe nereka ewe dade wano waji. Inime o bemudia. Nobe Sazua. No ye Anthony Yariban. Iwaka bokpon wanomwe yona ge Edo. Ioni zihere. Iwe ioni ze. Na ya iwe mi do otomu. Kate wotedo ni mayena. Iwe Arioba. Norotedo na. Kate Oviedo or Cariobayan, the governor. Ari, Imiana Miewe, ke bankba, ke moke monority Rio Boye Bay, Nebotia enrollment, ona enroll Edo language, where a dame at ye waek, kebe neko. Arioba Otedo Setiwa Hawe, Igo na ya we Amose, Ogerometini, ya haenia. Oga ye video, if ye do ni bunya fe ni telenedo language, here idwa le doa woy. Where he we Igo logonamie, wa beti yona e wuyo bone mi biewe, wuma ye do no e wuwe, wa be gbon be dame. Umudona Arioba Otedo ya fe ga Hausa. Oge enrollment in inwe. Abe wewe yoni ya wuyo bone mi biwe. Kibie suku ke money bieli ane ya fe mi bie ni bien ya fe ya yukuba na ya miewe dade mo ya enroll Edo language betameni. O ya je na be wa no enroll ene eto ya mo egbe ko ya wo be ni aya that thing you are dogmano betameni. So ono na oyo niwe ni zegyowa kebe we bene otayo we benatie ICC we do ni mawaje na obi otemo pa na ekere no da we dame ni atie wa kebe neko oriri e baso ire debotie resort kaka bo pa modin we mena me Yoruba language beba ona wa we pass and obi adota no ye kori on makere e we ga no pe ona pa won din we na me we Edo language we ma we Yoruba we ya o wetin ata be sukuni we na ti ICC we uga must enroll a local language they get do Yoruba Hausa since ya me o mama mi o get do language we ba na me tisa o get do language na ido na ya enroll na ti Yoruba language. So if you know what about what dame suve nahin. If you egbe na nepon wasun word on ma wajina with mama na hen. So that very egbe by so ma iyo ne ya fe na wa wetasin no de kan Edo de ibe egbe ya by so ma iyo ne na ka bo zuzeyo mo huga nahin na no wa etasin ara we Eduzola nekere no giver Ukinogie, which is second Saturday of August. Anna we were the 13th of August. No, they are not the same. Our 13th of August, only Riema were the no gear, Iwea, Ukinogie, Veda Duko, Aya Duki. Now, when no guy Saturday, when no guy Monday, when no guy Sunday. Anna we were Eduzola nekere no giver. Uke without dupo only the where or setting every Saturday no it is all an when a tiny no give about uke no gain I do so everyone every banahin I wait second Saturday of every August and I wait 13th of August. They are two different okay na ze I'm making it
was corrected that it would be every second Saturday of August. Today is just for the 13th. Okay. Again, with time.
I Okadio Baredo. Suge yere noro wasere iwemi. Dr. Joanne of Yahweh. Ni recruited, ni aga employee Edo teachers for our schools from primary to secondary.
Thank you for the suggestion. And also, Lao, for sake of time, if you have further suggestion, put it in the chat. But again, quickly, again, for proper respect and introduction, it was His Excellency, former governor of Edo State, Lucky Igbinedion, that joined us earlier. After he spoke, I don't think, again, with all due respect, I would like to bring him back up to just ask his suggestion on how we can sponsor and continue to promote this event, and even what assistance he can actually pay for us, because we are desperate. But Edo is who I am. So if I can call on His Excellency, former governor of Edo State, who did so well for us, and we're proud of you to be an Edo man, and also to take the time off from your very, very tight schedule to join us. The question I was asking, and that was sent from the chat room, was that if we can hear from you how you think we can promote this idea with even not only promotion, but in sponsorship. If somebody would let spotlight the government.
And I would also like to beg that if he can expose his face so that we can see that his beautiful face again.
Domo. Somebody can unmute, ask him to unmute. If he's still with us.
I can't see him on the screen anymore.
Yes, I think he may have dropped off. And if anybody sees him, then just let me know. Well, while we're going, there's two more hands. We might as well just take it. Blessing, please unmute yourself and just keep it short. Where's a blessing?
Anyway, what Zomo Wayara Egwe. Even my is Makabi Iteson, but Odokma Ronido, Zebo Hani, we not see any man give me interest near ya, were donor or where a donor by Joma and every man. Boy, by Nani Hana. I where no most of in animal donor, they are private setup. I will home see when anywhere a dog is zero. Oh, my come on, no, he even guarding when I did. How we think he will go zedo. I we maybe time I talking and we udam we bona imagine every a language or you like ma when imagine na Germany je because the swim na ye you have 3 years you work on here can a language school it as well ABC a level a different level okay ya we can go so my own way me where di magleo ne dona ni madu azo Thomas to arie ba eje ma ni ma collaborate with a man on the winner they ban ni ala we see winner ni azedo we see winner because most see winner nania ebo yanze imagine police station or noredo ebo azewo hospital noredo ebo azewo so be making ya only awareness language here which means it's not useful to them. Ana wona ni mejena una imena di hospital ina gwa ze Germany iya agwa lo wana onku ze wona beba iya ze iya teach English and Dutch but English in is just well okay no in case una
second language today
in case una area we so ani mebe mi etemeni gan na make sure we a language na no so area ba ye ma no be ari go no e ma mi gu kiwo via here amigu ki ave mano me wina o sa we se we erima to be chief Lucky Benedo sa o remana e me set up no bu ana be miegwe do azeve pe go si wona ni I believe all we help him wa do money when
we say first of all that's why a money ma beer. This was one of the most important statement made in my book because my where people study language because I dweki. Though we need to create some of those. But going back to, I was meant to understand that His Excellency Chief Lucky Benedo is back with us. I don't know whether he heard the question earlier, other than I'm glad that he's also in approval of making a Edo August, second week of August, Edo Day. But the question to you, sir, Your Excellency, is how in doing some of these things we want to do, it will require sponsorship. It will require collaborating with other people who can promote it. Just when I school, the money to do it. And Ovi Manaba very well said, we even we do what can we do? What's your recommendation for us, Your Excellency, on how to continue to promote this idea and sponsor the idea? If just give him a second to unmute. I see Chief Ezoba raising your, wanting to speak.
I don't think the former governor is still with us here. We can move forward.
Okay. We saw him earlier after somebody. Okay. Now, Chief Samson Ezoba, please, your turn. Unmute yourself.
Wesi iravi yeme waya wabuwa iwaka bokmu waya fe wana wa miege do ya diba madu gina bena imi ya fe na watasi ne mari ni emero but mi okpa ni ayin ni nwai etima iwima osima no riri are a power or no metin na yateme no sevebu ni maji na buya de we Amio and no some of do we are fair important. Then our would be your way a commissioner near Arimana. You might not soon know about the one man and with their money or marry. But okay, we me and Matamana, no good man moise because a money gile away a mini wa or dollar we may very may we mume if we may met is a dose. Beka gege. So, me we ori mayagbe o maro obogotun oro obogosiwe oni na ya oni ibe le wona gogo aru ivani ebe le wona ebe na be no tima yo sawaru Chief Billy Osawaro. Me have try to make we could gear. The Maria Baby Agua. Even no more boss here, the measure you were you ya have a woman in my wood. Even able to break crazy boomby. I am your kill my process la. Amana lo bo ma ese kinari ande waya enwe una guko egben so ese kinage so heke etima no enwe ya metina ya dole we mayi ni area mo gberi to me ni ya dan e complete we mani agile o ni ara affect life ya for good because amana dan we ho emi rock baro ni marok ba meti ile meti hu mata me emi no consign o degwa ani bana when me ye erima umogun wa talk be eti salowo do no sabwa no la wo no pase yemi ya ni matamana na ma ono ye the administration in such a way that the commoner marere timio magare metire amio even no here the ba duro development are fast be ma ya lobe ma the processes ben so egawa we mi na gwalo. The final one, ile wana akmo teme mechanic inori Sandra. Lao it take me yawani we ya me we no ba we will bear enekme. Imoma ni a ono we winani and you only ka gwegwane the condition man do meti we gbe winani owo konko we no. Wa we siteme ika bo wa go we me de ba waru swim no do so say na na we na we aga swim na every result life August. I think orano na kwa kama ye na de by professors ni university we wariare ya de by otimari nekme ya ta woke kina hedona na ho na agbe na ho na tie de by timani ya ngwe na we ze giwo that is ni way ni start ye agabio mo na already yimuna ya riva ekukimo ya ta me my benefit ene. So, and the idea ya friend and we are suggesting
Chief Ezoba, where you will marry my lao, you might so what?
Yeah, around so it will even up on wire where men will be a you try our even in Mameti with the name of our Wessie.
Wessie. I would like to recognize Chief Ezoba for supporting this program over this month. Yeah, me say committee meeting event
day and night.
And he don't know going.
Alex.
Oh, sorry. So I would like to recognize those who have participated for the success of today's program. I would like to acknowledge Engineer Isaac Igbinosun. He supported this program. Chief Ezoba that just spoke. Thank you so much. Professor Alex Igbeneweka Uwese Baba. Professor Edosa Mozuwa. Professor Endorsed Moregbe Wahiawa Wese. So please, I made a mistake when I introduced the daughter of Dr. Ehagosa Asien. Her name is Igumedia Ne Asien. So she joined us today from the United States. So who again? Ambassador Joe Eyigamuso Wese, thank you for joining the program, and it helped a lot to promote the program as well. Everybody that supported, I'm trying to highlight everybody's name. Engineer Isaac Igbinosun. Engineer Isaac Igbinosun, I repeat. Oh, Baba, Wese, he supported. He was the person that connected me with so many people in Nigeria and the United States, even the governor, the former governor. He connected me with him. So Wese Baba, thank you so much. Yeah, we travel there now. My setting going out to go no do one or my setting because already travel or I reach Germany we know that. So yes, hello. What meta?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, I just want to recognize those who supported. You know, without these people, I don't think this program would have been successful like this. We're here with West Kakabo.
Okay. Other than I don't think Honorable Usaze Osevige Eo is with us.
Oh, is there?
Okay. If he's around, if he just give us a few words. That was going back to suggestions from the floor. I think he's the only speaker no my one.
Ero is here. I can't see him.
Eo no.
Okay.
All right. If it's not, I was just acknowledging no, Mamio. Other than that, I guess you were just giving your closing, more like a closing remark for the amount of time.
Happiness, Osa. Are you there? Happiness, Osa.
Happiness Osa just joined us a few minutes ago.
Itohan. Let's call Itohan to the floor. Itohan, go ahead.
Okay, I've been listening to all the amazing things that have been said by our Edo people. And I'm just, first and foremost, I want to say thank you again, because it is not without people who care enough to preserve our culture. It is youth in the diaspora like myself, those that are born in another country, those that are born learning a language called English that, you know, benefit from people and programs like this. Now, I want to talk about something very quick. I really want to just say that I feel like we need to change our mindset. And I, you know what, with all due respect, I'm speaking to the elders. Now, I want to speak about changing the thought process about our language. You know, the only way a child will really crave and have that passion for learning our language and for preserving it is if our elders, our seniors and our parents forcefully, you know, show us that our language is important. I want to say something. You know, the Western impact on Africa and the Western impact on Edo states and the Benin Kingdom is still far very tough and prominent. And it's unfortunate. Let me explain to you how. Somebody is defined as educated once they know how to speak English. Everyone wants their children to be a doctor, to be a lawyer, to be, you know, a professor, whatever it may be, in the English language. It is only when you speak English that you are considered educated, but that is not true. Actually, I think some of the most educated people come from Africa. Most of them come from Africa, from the Benin, you know, the Benin Kingdom and Edo State as a whole. Why do I say this? Because our people, we don't have to speak in English before we start giving you wisdom. We can speak in small parables, and the most wisdom you've ever heard will come out from the mouths of those who speak, you know, in those parables. There are some words that are sweeter to speak even in broken English. Talk about Benin language. There are words that you will speak in the Edo language that in English, there is not enough terms to describe it. Now, why then do we know this? And why then is this the case? Yet English is so all over the place. It's because the Western impact is still around. The Westerners came to Africa to make it seem like their language was what was the best for the world, was what, you know, was what was needed. But no, when you go back into history and you read some books, the Portuguese will describe the Benin Kingdom when they compared it to the British Kingdom. When they compared it to England at the time. If you've ever read anything about the Portuguese and how they compared Benin Kingdom to England at the time, you will see that power passed power. You will see that at the end, the Benin Kingdom and Edo State as a whole, oh my goodness, what is now Edo State? It was powerful. We were educated. We were very developed. We didn't need any other neighboring kingdom to tell us how to operate. We had structure. We had education, but it was to our own terms. So why I'm saying this to conclude is because, like Mommy once said, to know where you're going to, you have to have an idea of where you came from. If our children do not know the power of our history, why will they think that it holds value in today's society? Let me tell you all something. Some people may imagine it hard. They may say that it may not happen in this generation, but in whatever generation that happens, I believe that we can really change the course of history. The same way the Europeans went around the world and made English a prominent first-hand language. Do you think that we can't do the same in Africa? We definitely can. Do you think that we cannot do the same in Nigeria? We definitely can. You know, I always say you cannot talk about the history of Nigeria without mentioning the great Benin Kingdom. About that talk, you cannot mention the history of Nigeria without mentioning the great Benin Kingdom. With that being said, I urge every elder here, every senior, every single person that, you know, when you have your children, it's not just about teaching them the language, because many of us in the diaspora, because everything that we deal with is in English, who cares? But you have to show them the value. That is when people will start caring. Why should I learn it? I know I need to learn my Bini and make my Bini even better. Because why? Because I know where I'm coming from. I know the power of where I came from. And I know how we can change our states, change our lands, change the history of our people to really rule and make a way for development on a global level. It is about teaching value. Once you have that value, people will look at it different. Another thing is, just to conclude, there are, Nigerian children all over the world. This world is a mixed world now. Like I mentioned, we all speak English. But let me tell you something. Funny enough, when you go everywhere else around the world, I was in Jamaica and I was telling the Maroons are the first sovereign people of Jamaica. So they're in Jamaica, but they don't go, they're your sovereign state. I was teaching them when I went to the Maroon town up in the hills in Jamaica, I was teaching them about the Bini Kingdom, telling them a lot about the Bini Kingdom. I said, you want to learn about Africa? Let me tell you something about my kingdom. And if you see the way they were even willing, saying, how do we learn the language? How do we learn the culture? So who are we now, the actual people, the actual generations after, not to learn our language? But you just have to get that value in our children. Once the children see the value, they will crave it more. Once they see the vision, that's another thing, the vision, they will crave it more. The vision is where we want to be, not just where we came from, but where we want to be. And if we know where we want to be, we know exactly the importance of our language. We know the importance of our tradition. We know the importance of our culture, and it will help lead the way. With that being said, and God bless the great Bini Kingdom, Edo State as a whole. Thank you.
So next year we have a program coming up, like we have declared today. I hope you will be a part of the competition, Edo language competition, that you have to do the poem, poetry, hara, or redo. So
I will challenge myself. Yes, of course.
Yes, you have to.
I will challenge myself.
Yes.
And I just wanted to say one more thing, but before I leave, I totally forgot. For many of us in the diaspora, we have a lot of, Nigerian clubs, like, different associations in different parts of the world. I think that the same way a lot of everyone that's in a club, like in Toronto, they have Dynamic, they have, all these different clubs. The same effort that everyone puts into going to these meetings should be the same effort that people from these meetings volunteer and take their children to create a smaller committee, a smaller meeting for youth, to teach youth. So while the elders are doing their meetings, the children are learning something, and within their own selves are having a meeting. We have to get the youth actively involved, because if we leave things the way they are in this generation, English will take over the world. I was sitting down with the Nigerian ambassador to Jamaica when I was in Jamaica, Dr. Tamuno, and I spoke to her and I said to her, why is it that, we have a huge community here in Jamaica, but how come we don't have any direct flights? And you know what she said to me? She says that what she fears for that Jamaica of a country is that a Chinese man will take leadership in that country. And what I fear is not that a Chinese man will take leadership of Nigeria. That is not my fear. My fear is that English will overpower our native tongue. And may that never be the case. And may we all grow in wisdom, and may generations after us grow in wisdom to keep our language and to hold our kingdom and our state in high value. Thank you very much.
Man, thank you very much. I can see why you are progressive and doing politics in Toronto, Canada. We need you here in California. We need you in Edo. But again, I'll just say you are my first ambassador. I am so proud of you. Consider yourself adopted by Obaze.
Yes, excuse me, sir. I would like to introduce Dr. Patricia Fadaka Igbinovia to the podium. Hello, ma. Can you hear us, ma?
Yes, if you can unmute.
I can hear you. Oh, thank you. At last you give me the floor to say something. Obaze has been preempting me from talking.
It was never intentional.
Come on me.
Yeah, my dear.
Yes, ma.
It's been a very interesting program, and I enjoy it. Having been a principal of senior secondary schools in Nigeria before I migrated here, I want to say that Edo language needs a better placing on the curriculum in Nigeria for WAEC exam and the junior secondary school exams. We don't have the literature books. All we have been saying is how to make it popular through speaking, through writing, through dance, but no literature books that are approved. I remember in those days when I was in high school, Igbo Eledumare, the Yoruba book for adventure, was fully written in Yoruba. I used to join the class and I enjoyed the adventurous stories. We don't have such things. If you have textbooks, you base your test. There's a final examination on the test read. It will make sense. It's one thing to say, go and do it. The teachers don't have the materials to use. They don't have textbooks. You've had the chief who came and talked about the books he would donate to schools if they do approach him. They don't have textbooks. And then the standardization is a very crucial issue. What standard Edo vocabulary of syllabi are we using now? We now have 39 sounds as approved by Dr. Mozuwa and co. Has that been made public, made generalized to schools so that they know what the alphabets are? I don't think it has been. The Edo language literature must be based on a standard, acceptable alphabetic table that will be used so that we don't make mistakes. I don't know if Dr. Mozuwa can answer my question. Is the Edo language, is Edo orthography standardized now? And if it's not, what are we basing our learning on? Our children should learn, but the teachers need the material, they need the books, and the students know how to study from books as a standard form. From that standard form, you set your questions and they will answer very well. And Edo language should be spoken, encouraged at home. I was a victim myself because I wanted my children to be very proficient in English language. I encouraged them to speak English, so many of them later learned to speak the language. But we are learning better now. We should encourage our children to speak the language every day. I agree with the second Saturday of August every year to be dedicated to Edo language. But I would say it should be more than that. Every day we should encourage the use of the language. In Yoruba land, you go to the market, say, "Mi ogbo," you have to speak the Yoruba to tell them how much you want to pay for an item. It's not that they can't speak. At times they are just not willing to speak any other language but their own. We can encourage that. And there should be an insipid approach of bringing the language to life, to encourage those around the city to speak it. We go with pidgin English and so on. It's good, but we're either speaking Edo language or speaking real English. So Edo language should be part of the curriculum in WAEC syllabus, and I think they have it, but we don't have the textbooks. That's why people are opting to write the language in other native languages like Yoruba. So
thank you very much for that. Ivanika Guayale talk about standardization, even our own alphabet, even all of those have been, hopefully after this, a committee will be set up to look deeply into it and recruit people like you and all those interested in helping to standardize. Just like you said, Megmedo, but it make more of it, they don't sound to me, but I have actually written the same word in different forms, but it needs to be standardized.
Yes.
And again, as the young lady said, if we develop interest and if we are proud of it, our children will be also proud of it. So the appeal to the parents. I saw that if Sister Nekme is not have anybody else, I saw that I have Henry Obaze in the house. Thank you. That's my son. And Inzedo Seme. So which I'm very proud of. Oh yeah, he refused to speak English to me at all. So he's joining us from Manchester, England. And also we have Happiness Usa. So Happiness, you raised your hand. Just unmute yourself And yeah, what take a keno tell me Hara. Introduce yourself, do the Hara. I'll give you a minute for a Hara do. Just for those of you who don't understand the do to a poetry already.
Ehara.
Ehara.
Oh, Ehara.
Okay, Ehara is poetry. Ehara is umbrella. You see?
Yeah.
On a ha.
Menon obiwa happiness osa no you saboyen. Yes, that's the full meaning of that osaboyen or the full meaning. Ike ijunokan ikarakiri ya onikate mokpano kakabo the thing or kakabo trouble me men kakabo me onye the zebura pigeon mana because me arwebu omonokia eme mbokin adobo me owo kan kiri eiki ofin to ya pitan owo ati owo kan wi an kun ni werunda akinfa oyoru orionu owo abitin no wan ya be ye kun ni werunda yen betu ne o kan kiri eiki no wan ibi kin runda ikakabokia boewo but me pa no remember is that uwebu so ni me aje na we ni azedo ne wo me runda amaze wo mata wi awe so ne edomeni o ma ja gemira ore ni o ma awe so ni aja geme o gbegbe so o do pa won din we abi ti anama o na azedo. The thing is somehow confusing me sometimes. Beni aja kin egbe nu we self we azedo we bu ni aje even ni kakabo rio me gbe because ijere ina me kian iveje we ni ko veje iveje ko ne iko mu me ariba MC omuno ibenkin wa ta oge don ro omuno hin ije ko ne iveje Kogi state ne ya se gbe Delta state iveje ne ibe mi o ko me awata wa no da e ko me na gbe de ara gbe de ne ibi umana ijoba is all left for you o ma kan we yan we ezebo yan keteme ni atanifu yan ezebo we yan ni wa ze ba dio ba ni nyagbe won ma all left for you but ina do we abi edo we atewe aga sole do edo odion edira me no kwata mame edo abi so ma edo oyo odion let so you ni appear with here me ni awe because me an we so ina we ni wa azedo ni ezebo a oni so ija agere we ni aya akin egbe ni me akoje do ne ata we ni aya je eboda ikun ni mi nene mi okoka bo it confuse me ado me jo we be no kwa SS3 ime na I drop me jo we be no kwa mari ma we isabazebo me no we ni azedo me iwe ni azo na ore do mi ma kegbe oya we so mari ma we igwazebo at least era me no kwa oya bitama me shema won pa na bitama me we the reason why a portable a guy no say zazu or we the reason why the boy in here na go down is because of that promote ewuyan the Yoruba culture obo oso metal lo gba na atalo lele ime ni no kenya e go down unless we always selling usaka is that time we please because only in a way that make sure ni Tony we man na be den na because emanibun ya re mana no rima obo no gwala ke no risi ewo ma o na meroji because subanu mianu uwanu ana mi ame no ko aga sedo edo yire uwedo ami bene yebuma ami biesan ami zi horo ma kakabo wa bun mami ubini waro ubini igodo idu otalagba otebodo la kanana bidu wala wo wa ge azedo ibiba ore me wa gugun na ore ni o ma we my de agbona sefi adobo mi we iranu rewe go ma ya koko o mari ma we na wa ifie do fuwa because ira mi no kwa ya bitan meme o we agasedo edo odion edo ari sogoma edo o be je odion and then before I start
because of time and because you came take certain time where give me Hara.
Oh my
Edo I invite them and we come on time.
Exactly. Then it omonoba ma no gedo. Uku akpolopolo oba ewai ogidi gan. Obi odo de no emwete. Atato we ne gbovo toyi. Obi odo na ya do e manovie. Obi degbe Uposisi no kan gbo konyore. Ete e odon wunu we oba ma mose ara mi oba ma imose bo se rudegwa. Ovie kenagbe ovio odo de no emote. Ovie no total bolo de agba ori manedu. Uposisi no kan gbo konyore. Ovio gisowodo. Ovie weka ovio ba ovorame no gbasi. Ovio ba ere diawa oba no redo diawa nedo. Omonoba ewae o gidi ganu po giver. Oba mano gedo. Oba mano gi kolebe. Uato ugboge. Ugato ugbege. Oba mano gi kolebe. We o sanu po giver. Amwa babe. Asio kwaba. Amwa soba erunda. Agogega tancho kankere. Omonoba ewae o gidi ganu po giver gato be ise. Happiness or most women.
What's happiness? That's one.
Well, happiness, you were worth waiting for. First of all, I see, Edo, I consider you now my mentor.
What?
He said, Hunda where Edo ni me yadi eva evedi anyway. He was the do for me. I mean, why do we go me? So me awa a class where me awa allow. Wese, I have
happiness.
Wese happiness. What it yoni? Oh, when I Wese.
Mama rock babe manave na Osholine Oshobuge opiomo. Edo State afema okere owe here do gwaka eme Edo na seve Edo State na miewe agmohia eze unokpa. Osholine, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I to all my elders, my brothers and sisters, my parents, I really say thank you for this opportunity. I present myself as a child of my father, Oshobuge Opiomo, and of my mother, Yesomia Miako. I also come with a gift of my bloodline and destiny line to say, I thank you all for having me today. I also apologize that I am not able to adhere to the call to speak Benin language.
It's frozen.
Yeah, the network.
Yes. Well, while we are waiting, there's Can
you hear me now?
Oh, we hear you now.
Just
okay, yes.
Yeah, I also apologize. I'm not able to adhere to the call today to speak the Benin language because of my lack of knowledge for it. I do know my Afema language and I speak it. So again, I hope you accept that. Kindly forgive me if I'll be repeating anything that has been said in the Benin language, as I would not understand everything. I'm an African indigenous educator and storyteller for children and families. When I teach my students, I teach them from our ancestral location as a collective African people. I work with the largest school board in Toronto. I work with the universities, and I work with professionals and educators across boards, including professors. It is, I only come with a very brief message. I'm looking at the time. I do not hope to go above 3 to 5 minutes. It is important for me that today we go with a message of knowing that we can change the course of time for our people within a generation. I am a child of the Benin Kingdom as a child of Agenebode Afemai. The Edo language is what connects all of us to our roots. My advocation is that in doing this work that we are all doing, which I hope to support in every way that I can, if not directly, as I am not a Benin.
Her network is a little weak, so we lost him. We lost her, but hopefully
I will keep managing because I'm in Nigeria currently, so the network.
Yes, if you can keep it short because it's really hard for the network.
Breaking.
Yes, and put in
All right. So what I will say very swiftly is that as we're doing this, something very intentional should be done. We will extinct ourselves as a people if we extinct our language. So please, in doing this work, kindly extend it to the whole of Edo. The same way, even while in the Dean's office at the University of Toronto, Italians still communicate in Italy in their language, and Portuguese still speak their language, Spanish still speak their language in the highest office of the highest educational institute in the world. So I really would say our money goes where our value goes. If our value goes in us as a people living perpetually, then our money will go there to give all those resources to be there. A trickle of water makes an ocean. We shouldn't look for this great big effort in order for us to work. So please, as a child of Afemai, who is
well, if I hear loud and clear, I remember in '94 Edo Convention, Chief Anthony Nahoro challenged us and said, when you say Edo, are you meaning in addition to all other tribes? So we're hearing.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you keep breaking off. We need to round up because of time.
You know, as a child of the Benin people, I like to please encourage that as you're doing this work, have us in mind. It's not a thing of choice whether we want to be part of the school board that will speak Benin or not. It's a thing of survival. So, I'm speaking on behalf of my people, some of them, maybe not all, but I'm saying, please kindly consider my voice as a strong voice to say that Edo as a language is compulsory for all indigenes of Edo State. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Very well said. Again, a part that was brought in is just again talking about
we have the former governor of Edo State. I saw that he's trying to say something.
Honorable.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Neckman, where is the former governor?
Yeah, yes.
Hello.
I saw the former governor wanted. Okay.
I don't.
Okay, we can go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Please, we need to. This is getting a little longer. I have two hands up. After which, Neckman, you need to give your closing remarks. Okay, I have Ikponsa Aiswen and Henry Obaze. Ikponsa, if you could just tell us where you're coming from and just briefly your comment, and the rest of the suggestions you can read in the chat room or add more chat. Please, just 1 minute.
All right, Wesi, wahia Wesi, Lamogun, Ioni Zedo, make Kabogwa Zedo because Mama Edo Maga one day, but I want to say that make case when I go on, it's strong for me, but there are two things. Yeah. There are two things that I want to point to, and before I just before I get to those 2 points, I want to say to the last speaker, is Sholana. I think the points you pointed out, it's very important. I personally thought of that as well. And in my coming book, I highlighted the Edo people, Afamai, everybody, Ishant, we are all Edos. And it's important to highlight the beauty and diversity in, our union as Edo people, not just the Benins, as Edo. So if you have ni Gwanka, Okbawe Wakataine, or Edonazena, it's not just Nazoe. It comes in different forms, like cartoons, as you said, like lectures, as well as preaching. Because one day a preaching was unique to me. But You know, only recently did I start seeing a video, an audio clip no ye Edoya preach. So my auntie sends it to me. Every time I ask her, make sure who send it Gume Lao, and that has helped me build up my Edo. So I think we should encourage such, and if we have it, things like that, forward it to groups, let it be going round. So let's the way other things are going viral, let such preachers be going viral. You know, so in that way we can get the Edo language going round. Then secondly, the other one, this happens a lot within we the Benins. You know, when so mani negwazedo say maazedo. I do no gwazedo say gima. Even it happens for my father. I speak to my father in Benin. So where gwazedo. When you don't encourage us, we kind of pull away from it. But we have to try and encourage each other. Don't laugh at the person. Because when you laugh at them, they pull away. They stick to what they can speak. So let's still put all this into consideration. Because in Natana, my father was laughing at me, but it did not come from me. It's not my fault. If you had taught me, I'll be able to speak it well to you. So we all have a role to play. You know, so that's my listen. And I thank you all, Nekme. I thank you all so much for this. When I was listening, you know, I was very happy just hearing this and being a part of this. So this was a big step for me to step out and so why are we say?
And this is the beginning. We will never, you know, we have just one hand up, after which we can give the floor to our honorable Nekme Obasoge. We have Obaze, Henry Obaze from Manchester. If you would just unmute yourself and share with us, keep it as brief as possible, please.
Wayadomo, Walawi. Irame totanyo. Inyo mweso inimeso baba na yo gwan baba na Irame Obaze. Ema yani hayi nu solo otimage ogogo. Oka yunu selo so neba. Zewe we do na zewiko na zewe azagba. Taisi we Ivima Igbama. Me marre deba ikona sin. Ikona na ya mwe pena azedo na ya mwe woda ona. Era me we na ime wa hiore wo kama we ahia mwe eso. Eme na ari ngwina ime kingwina re. Okabe aburu norivie abe no hie kete ya gwanezin awo kame yes ni me mana de ba wana me ti me ikin awa solo ya solo ma so we ni aka okpa no me ya de ba e ba me we abiji ma ni egba ya ni si ma ye ebo ye de e kara ye ano me wi ya zedo okay ire ado ifie we ye do eni ya ma e kana ere me no totawani ye be ka ta ne ba yobe ya pita ma me we One mi ukwe ere de se ogo tila irawe nihi irawe yezebo se do mezedo irime ere wa okabwa zebo onyo gwo ogu jino ofu egbe be na ta when water si ga dam ho wa wesi kate o kame loki gbinedio no kawe kawori obage utedu Oga agwa me mati en ya ti zedo doni wa ze oye ne no na ko akalo ina adam ho o ma mi we mani ke ma ti zedo iga agu nu ipo no ga ya ze gwagwa yen ga za gwagwa ga u ipomo iwe pon wa ya ni be su ikona ni be si koko kate ge iji ma re nekpe no wa wese vinu wata ni we egena aya mwe na gbe ya sikuna ya agun akan na mulogbe na agba ya na ita utara ateso no we uzoliva we uki ukpupo aka ya idugie oge edu me rio boyo me yegbe ya dibai wa wese o be sege wa ike si uko edenia ye we mari no imudia no ye igua ina we ni pon wa wese o be sege mi am bo mi agbada mi arere ni mari na ti ona ni do igua yo that de asifen ni we ha but oge azedona we no go kata sin ukpe no gbera me ide gbe we sun azedu kakabo e mani e mewe webe iya webe bi meze waze boze bonya wa ohun ya kwa fir but so ma we say ukpe no gbera ai mi obi meze doka obi meze yana we e pa o we na hina we no dionzo ina we iso na wo ya e na we ina eti owo ha ina we do hen gaze wo wana fi baba nani iya hone iya ezeti waze but ami dokpan mi heize iya ezeti ri wan yi
Wese
oma
Wese
ni veri eveni no so egbe
Wese. And again, we come down to the last again, Miss Nekme. I can't thank my host enough. I can't thank the sponsors enough. This is the beginning of something good. And then we'll give it to our honorable Queen, Nekme Obasogie. Oh yeah, we Obasogie. You know, let me remove the Queen from it. We Obasogie to give us a closing remark. And
like Mario weri lo wa ame ola wo we ni zege ohun ajuko egboko otimare honorable Saze Osemege o Gunre Pena Chani Riche Wako Eva Omare Owen Alawa Nagwe is tied up on another engagement at Abuja. So he was get passed on to the house.
Wese Wakama with my fiango.
Wahia Wese Mahia no support uge na vedene na ivia domenu wa wahia wa Wese o ave mani ready committee Chief Ezoba Erima Felix Omoroyi from Dallas, West Baba, were hosted folktale on the Ibota where Nebo TV since then. Kekeve Ijima Arabiomo Bewi. Mesati from Wahia, Dr. Patricia Fadaka Ignovia West CG. Mahia Fefe, Alex Igneweka, Professor Alex Igneweka, Professor Dosa Omozuwa, Professor Esoe Omoregbe, Wahiawa Wese Kaka, Bobini Matai na Mulogbe we every year I can celebrate Edo Language Day every second Saturday of August. So any magai who were eganani or where Ado Aswan would be here next year. On Anania, the first one I can. You know, Maga organize my mind, my specs, and I will really and I discuss it there and I my hair build on. And in my hair molog beneway every year, ma recognize a do language day. I hope only I will happy market when my man we might have in a said to her here was a cacabo. And then your plan megwalo, who were not una manave the name, now we supported the committee. Una be any suggestion even whether you support the program the next year because next year my was where I organize it I will have here. So any bunny ma discuss only with the committee. Una have any you any ma wala wo wagwe yega go ya me phone ba me wa calling me now money dey happy in Malibu because my can set wa where where University of Benin Professor Mozuwa kake Professor so pa phone dey by me anado me wo timare Chief Ezoba ona we do ade by ma we host keke Professor Alex Igneweka so money dey Malibu no we yo bonima because my can was setting wa where wala wo wana ne keke no wana yo bonima wala wari yo bonima Mr. Today Obaze Baba Wese o on agba okpoge ha no host a program we never see you Wese Baba You may be going one West. So in my here fair not by program in Aishima Bemo Bewi West Bemo Bewi or happy many here and time I hear was supporting Nebo TV. Ya said we bought an in my Nebo TV Wahia West. So man up my ever need a help out here and why we are you bonima. Namie where Edo language gen ma declared the na. Well, next year I celebrated in a very big way. Wawese. Waya wese Professor Mozuwa waya wese o. Anybody know one?
Wese why agree? Wese mo eminumurena. Edo where amonozi ekpeti omazi ofwa. Inguna no mugima. Uya esie mani bueve. We mnoke kenoro manio na u ena. Ma em naga u agboye ewoni bu so kwa mami na aya we Ugwe do gyo dem mama na we asasi wo welo dem no we gie na okeke ma ya feri boy we yiki metobi me iwa ri boy we yiki mu jayo pakpakpa e just aloboa so abo no get tin aro no gie gega aro no gie gbe na me aro emi kemi nu ko ma ni u ni ne ni ese iga gweta ya be gwezi ya be gwerwe
we say
na wama
wese the na me na ni bu areveni ana ma wa na enu manoki ya segbe the former governor of Edo State we no ona send the message gume oh wait sorry oh ye married de bag that Ghana engagement sin oh Eminent Edo isi e wurigbe ona wa gele wa join ma close the program in ona wa join. So it go here wa wese if you do when you support a program me came in Nigeria would be what here here wa when I mean no tamame we neck me no normally set to after the program we call me with away sorry okay no say man set the book launch me if you do wa wese kakabo wa wese I'm so proud you know if you do my really na
Adaze Obaze today Obaze Ugama Udem women Evenu time no mano Wese Uwa gwinguna na uwa home na Wese Obewa Wina okaka boss manyere Wese when no teme make pomo we na eri me make pomo we Wese
obi dole wo Ekeniri sehia na mio eda etu weda pa o me apane were ekpon me ye wese
ne ave la se fena kon wa ya fe o na la hona ke na ya yorion ke we iyo no khame pu ma ze si na kin na no ma se igbo mo no ba ne do se run de ase akolo buye ye amo adati egbe ma wi ma se ti ba ma bu se ne ma ata ne ko ma ri ahun o era na kata si igi ogbe ri ma ni yan ni ikara no gwebu ma ne do na o ke na mi ewe o se wa ni egwa me se egwa o pase yo na la ona re mi ona ko na yorion Aga giesa na ya we ne kono de akedogwe
amata
egena akiwata agenye na rere so oboy oni yuware wa ya bida wa be wa o egena
wa wese
emi na ogite lege obe la ho ya me no inoka panu wa ya fe inu oba no ragnu naga ya una enwani raro bo sege
wese
na get it take away o
mana waze do se won gbe so mi waze de ya we ne pe ya zo eyo keke mu ya ta wa go ya we ne pa yo ware eye ban
denu gwala wa
opebu euma no sayawina Tuga sedene hikai oba Entegama owagama Tuga
ni maya ko ko da ai ku e abo wai eno jena ya beno ma ko do akena no ai ku ne money e ngore e ni temo sayo ke mai di setting west abewa o ai ku ya abo wai o akogbe ni
Tugatobege woba Etegama Sonrama obaba Tugasedene ikayu woba Etegama Warama obaba Tugasedene ikayu woba Obebu Gevuma Obidolebo Gevena Obebu Gevuma Obidolebo Go Obebu Gevuma Lusaya Winao Tugasedene ikayu woba.
So Omada Colimania, Mr. Kevin Omoregie, no we can't nobody. Aware in the busy. That's a man I will not debug my mana. Hello.
I send a message here, so we have an event as well.
Yes.
Well, we're so.
Anyway, I mean, when it's here, and I hear what I always say, but in my part of the organizing committee, they Omaro now give it the responsibility to, in a way, there's been a recording that can be transcribed, you know, but I have a bullet point, high point of you know, what came across today from various contributors, various speakers, you know, no help to not call it you know, in form of, you know, take a minute to the meeting, you know, but we'll have something as a summary from all that's been discussed here today as part of resources that this committee can work with going forward. So there already, or maybe from the voice recording, there can be extractions from there to, you know, have it transcribed into messages.
Anybody not can sponsor it because we are planning to broadcast today's program now in form of a jingle that we have to cut some parts, relevant parts together. So anybody that is willing to sponsor it, because we are planning to broadcast it on ITV, some online newspaper and all that. So it's open for sponsorship. It's open for sponsorship. Anybody who would like, today's program was sponsored by Sandra Gwebo and the Edo State Association of Nigerians in Toronto in Canada. So if anybody is willing to sponsor, because this program, I'll be sponsoring it with few people supporting over this month. Like this program, I put everything together. It was really hectic for me, to be honest. So, and I will appreciate the support of the audience. Anybody have a support, I will appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
I think in line with that, maybe, you know, if they account in our chat room, you know, either Nigeria account or, you know, any account not there available, but anybody know a such contribution, they can just access it and then, you know, put in onto that account.
Like Babatunde Obaze.
Yes, sir.
Mind Obaze ma we kin.
Obaze.
Zoba, mind he
Obaze.
Ijimage Professor Esoe. Ote ari bogo doku. Imasho uri ogbe right man no nyata na yam.
Mama dege because the pages were just so many. because I think Matiti earlier, but if she's still around, she can just quickly say a few words since there are still about 30-something people here. Because me on the screen.
So yes, if anybody is willing to support the program, because we need the input and support of the audience.
Well, again, I'll say from the list of attendees today, if you can send at least acknowledgement to people who showed up. And again, if there were somebody had talked about minutes and maybe we need to sit down and really now discuss, extracting from all the suggestion and start out how to go about this. The other way you can eat an elephant is piece by piece. And then we need to decide that. But that should be done by a special committee and not in this broadcast. And I just need to let you know that you are still live on YouTube.
Yeah. Well, thank you, everybody, especially those that supported the planning, the committee. Everybody will hear what we say. Yeah, we say.
Ma ye regwa wa biko na ya fune hunde emi ya nata we na ya muense eloge wo wana hin
wese
wa ya ebiese
wese baba wese thank you thank you Lucky, thank you.
Thank you, madam.
I remember the other day when you came.
The first one is from Henry.
We know David.
He's talking about security.
When you came to my place, right?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
My question is about security.
What's it? Well, what's it? It was very enjoyable.
Security.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I hear what we say.
I think we started with prayers. We're going to end it up with prayers as well, right?
So somebody should volunteer to give us a closing prayer.
That's good.
Okay, let me volunteer. This is Mr. Bassoa from United States.
This is Bassoa. Go ahead,
yes.
madam.
You are there.
I've been here, my darling. Proud of you. Proud of you. Okay, Wagimaneru. Nonya masalobua okute dede ne waga. Owa masene gbokan. Obo je wo yewu. Oba ne mi ro pa mari egbele ina. Marowo e makpon won ugina na do de na. Baba makpon won kaka borunda emi no ma hin agbegbe wo ni Jesu. E monu vi okugbe no ya do si otuna koko baba makpon won we dagbe ya ni Jesu. Nonya masalobua ebi na alagoda we. Na ya du gyotu na no ga ma na do na zena no gele ga edo no gele gimagele ya we no ma baba no la wo nuri alagoda oni ni ma nuri afia gbe ni ma ni bi edo na ku gbe ga ro no we bu ma ni bi edo o salopo no emi hero ruwe mi hia emi no isi na me gwe edo na magi ma wa zewe no keke baba la ho do dollars ni ma we no ma we ni Jesu o salopo amatuti we nu la ho baba e ma ya no rewe de na ema dowe na we dugi na ema no ore owe buse no rewe na baba no la wo nuri afia gbe ni ma ya fefe keni magwa no ni a o keni mama gwa no keni mama yere ya no we ya ni ma be ni Jesu Christi mi wa fama ise
on that note, is that it?
Well, what's it, Baba? So yes, if anybody still wants to hang around with me, Yeremana, for some few minutes. Otherwise, you can just log out. Erima, Barrister Osaigi Obaiwana is here. Where's Baba? Thank you so much for your where's when makeup was to say, man, this was it. So
why here?
Big congratulations, Mama. Congratulations.
You want to the doctor, may one like Zoom. I mean, anywhere here, Raymond. I know where you know what I lost. Yeah, well, neck me. I tell you, any night I lost.
You know what, Guano. You know what I'm going to see.
So, you know, there what type of say, so why go? Well, when make by worry, I was very young. I spent most of my lifetime in the West. So
I want to acknowledge the presence of Patricia Ituhamore. Actually, she's also an author she lives in Florida and actually wrote a book called I think the folklores that our parents told us. Here again, they're going back to documenting Edo and documenting what we say, because it can't do here. May survive America. So again, it can't do week. So again, I wanted to just acknowledge her presence. I wish she would say something, but she joined us. And for everyone of you,
thank you, everybody. My brother Wese. I've tried.
Yes.
He applied to the Ministry of Education so that near circulated to our children. You will like it, I'm sure, when you see it.
Is it in Amazon?
Sorry, it's on Amazon, and I've sent some copies to Nigeria, about 500, with the hope that people might be interested. Yes, I have copies in Nigeria.
You send it to who in Nigeria?
Anyway, it's to my sister for the Ministry of Education. They said, we are here trying to approach them to see if they would be interested for our children to, get a copy each. But I don't know how
send it to you.
Okay, Justice
okay.
Maybe I will know me. Okay, we'll say, and congratulations to everybody. Congratulations to everybody, Miss Sister Nekme, and everybody. I appreciate all of you have gained, immensely. Wesley. Okay.
Wesley, my baby. This is my first time of really meeting you, ma.
Oh, I would love to. In short, I plan to get it from Brother Abaze.
Okay.
Except you want to call it out, otherwise.
I'll connect it later.
I'm here from you, eh?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Thank you.
We'll see.
I'm about to
my brother with the distinctive voice called him Osaguero. Oh yeah.
I go to any man.
Apostle might disappoint. I was wondering why you were not here, only for you to show up. I love you. I love you.
I love you too, my brother. I've been here the whole time.
You see, because there are some people they show up.
Of course.
I have another program that is about to start, so I have to withdraw myself now. And you can continue to stay since Nekme and Co will still be here.
God bless you. Have a good night wherever.
I thank you.
I want
to ask a question. I wanted to ask a question.
Well, we'll see. Nekme, I can exit now.
Yes, sir, you can do that.
I thank you.
Sister Nekme.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible to have a group like Otima? She just talked about having her book. We never knew of the book or Amazon. Is it possible to have a WhatsApp group where we can get such information?
Unless I have to collaborate with some authors so that we have a platform for that, or they can join one.
Not just authors. How do you do? If you do a group already do.
I can now promote Bini books, Bini history books in one platform, very website in mind.
Okay.
As well. Maybe I will add you to one of our WhatsApp groups.
Okay. My brother, Mr. Ekpa, what's that one? Yeah.
In Canada.
Oh, Canada. Okay. Okay. I can get your number from Nekwe. You have his number and I can add you to our platform in US video. Our
yes, because I think it's important for those to have whatever we're doing, not necessarily a book, whatever we're doing, we can connect and hear from each other and know what's happening in our lives, because we are littered around everywhere and we don't know what's happening in our world.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So in terms of Benin history, event I made some Benin historians. But anytime I publish their books, they should come to my program to promote the book, so that Maria Benin. The other day I was speaking with Professor Ujilawa Swanlele. Way that is currently working on some books. And that time I know anytime I publish, no me. Otherwise, a bit of whatever I can ship. Have you maybe, regarding the history of Benin, but I'm your Maison. So it is time for them to give it a little bit of publicity. I recommend. So yeah, I'm trying to work with the authors.
Sister Lekwe.
Yes, yes, mommy.
Dr. Adedavo, avec some Benin history books. But no na Adedavo ni when you're going Antonio going ban, but on the last name yeah my go be a donor.
Ozedo, I go be a donor. Ozedo.
And Dr. Antonia is a very, very passionate Edo woman, though she's married to a Yoruba, and she's very much into anything Edo. So I'm glad.
But she has her books are in Amazon too.
Yes. Sister, that's what I call you about Van.
Tame sister Nekwengi Chiewe.
Come on,
yeah, no reminder.
Where's it, mommy? Where's it? I did support today. Where's it? It was not easy for me, and so gather this type of a crowd. I'm telling you,
you have done well, my darling. You have done very well.
Many sleepless nights.
My big sister, I wanted to add to that before I leave and just say thank you for having us. Thank you for such an amazing event. You know how to put together events, whether it's here in Canada or it's international. When it comes to organizing our Edo community, you are number one, in my opinion, in our Edo community doing that. So please keep it up, because
in Canada here, you remember the one we organized at NCA? How I helped a lot to shape that event.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes. So anything that you put your hand in or you just say you're involved in, as a community, you have a lot of respect and a lot of people who appreciate you because they love the way you speak. They love the way you can connect other people who are just, also educated in whatever we're speaking about. So keep it up. You're doing something historic and it's affecting generations. Do you understand? So please keep it up. I'm proud of you. I was happy to be a part of today's event. And the history of Edo, the history of our people, it will be rewritten and you will be involved in it because of everything that you do. So love you so much. I'm leaving now. Goodbye, my elders. Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you. God bless you too. Thank you. She's very supportive of my program. Thank you.
On some of the positive results that have come up. And if he doesn't know, I'll give him a heads up, which is I know that some excavation has been done.
Somebody is speaking there.
Sure, no, we should close now. Because,
okay, because
we've been here for more than 3 hours. So we should go.
Yes, we need to close the program right now. And I'm looking forward to meet everyone next year, and next year is going to be elaborate. Next year is going to actually be the first year of celebrating Edo Language Day on Nebo TV in collaboration with the University of Benin. So we'll start planning for next year from now on, and we need the support of our mommy Adesuwa Obasoha.
Anytime, I got your back, sweetheart. Anytime.
Okay, ma. Okay.
Anytime, call my darling sister Aguero. The Lord is your strength.
So I'm looking forward to speaking with everybody in future. And if you want to contact me, connect with me, it's easy. My phone number is everywhere. Call me for any question, anything regarding Edo language. If you want to support the committee, the planning committee, we are open. Please, like it, but what I know that you're going to support the planning committee as well. Let's see. So thank you. I'm about to log off right now.
Bye-bye. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I do have them, but there's no website. So if